You are listening to Football Live on Breela FM, powered by NairaBet, with John Kane.
Good afternoon and welcome to our new edition of Football Live here at Breela FM on Saturday the 6th of May 2023 from our London studios with your host John Kane. We have plenty of Premier League action today as we'll be covering Spurs against Palace with Matt Smith, Manchester City against Leeds with Richard Bond, Wolverhampton Wanderers against Aston Villa with Jackson Cole, and Bournemouth against Chelsea with Billy Enders. And all four games at 3 p.m. kickoff, so it's just under half an hour away. Later on in the show, we'll also be keeping an eye on the later Premier League game, Liverpool against Brentford. And we'll be joined by Kendall Rowan to keep us up to date with that game. And also later on, we are keeping an eye on Nice against Rennes with our deputy reporter David Doyle, and Werder Bremen against Bayern Munich, who are not at the right shape since Thomas Tuchel took over. And that will be covered with our regular reporter Molly Sumter. Of course, we will be keeping an eye with all the rest of the European scorelines and goals as it happens. Right, just before we go to our team news in the Premier League, just to let you know that we played 31 minutes in Serie A, and Milan already leading Lazio by 2-0. I remember last weekend, Lazio were trying to fight off Napoli for the league, but I think everyone knew that Scudetto was going to be won by Napoli, and I'm sure they did, with a draw of getting that point that they needed during the midweek. And who else but Victor Osimhen scoring for Napoli against Udinese, and now Napoli are officially the champions of Serie A for the third time in their history, the first time since 1990. So 33 years later. So congratulations to Napoli and all their fans. And of course, we had Maradona, who won him both two titles, late 90s and 1990. And this time we had Victor Osimhen, who is the leading African goal scorer of all time in one season. So congratulations to him. And the season's still about 4 or 5 games to go. So plenty of goals, I'm sure, from Victor Osimhen. And of course, we can't forget Cava Maradona, or Kvaratskhelia, the Georgian, who's been on form for Napoli. But at the moment, Milan are leading by 2-0. They're fourth in the league. They're only 2 points behind Juve, who restated their points that have been deducted early on. So we'll keep an eye on that. But first, let's go and get the team news. First one is going to be Bournemouth against Chelsea. Of course, Chelsea still looking for a win under Frank Lampard, and they've lost really badly, to be fair, performance-wise and scoreline, to Arsenal, who are actually going for the title themselves. The game was at the Emirates Stadium, and here's what Frank Lampard said about that loss to Arsenal.
I want to be quite clear about this. It's not the case. I know that the casual answer to the first half can be that the players pride and then caring up, all these things. The players certainly do. I'm absolutely not questioning the players as lads. But from being good lads to transferring onto the pitch, you don't need to be aggressive bloke through the week to be an aggressive player when you go on the pitch. That has to be something that you do. So as a collective group, we're not that. And there can be a lot of reasons. There can be maybe some excuses, but there can be reasons of,
We apologise. Is crackling a bit. So due to technical issues, we won't be able to hear Frank Lampard for the time being. So apologise for that. But let's go to Billy Andrews, who's actually watching that game, Bournemouth against Chelsea. Good afternoon, Billy. And Chelsea, I mean, $1 billion question, isn't it, Billy? On why are they not performing? The team is just full of talented players.
I think that's probably part of the question, John, but also part of the problem. I think you've got too many talented players. You've got not a team, it's a team of individuals. You can't just throw money at a problem to make it go away. Just because you've got hundreds of millions of pounds to spend doesn't mean you can.
Yes, sorry about Billy. Yeah, I mean, technically they can still go down, don't they? It's not going to happen, but that is it's still a worry, isn't it, if you're a Chelsea fan, to see the position they're in?
It is a worry, although something
Yeah, go ahead, Billy. Sorry.
Well, it's something that should bring some joy to some Chelsea fans. If they win today, they'll reach that magic 40-point mark, which means they technically shouldn't get relegated. So that might be something to crack the champagne open for this bank holiday weekend. But look, it's not gone well under Frank Lampard. His 100th game in charge today, and he's won 37 games. I think the problem is, all players aside, Frank Lampard's just not a very good manager.
And what's about the team news today? So who's actually we have got changes?
Well, Bournemouth remain unchanged from their 4-1 win over Leeds last weekend. But Frank Lampard, after the 3-1 loss to Arsenal, has made 5 changes with Benoit Badiashile, Trevor Chalobah, Mikhailo Mudryk, Conor Gallagher and Kai Havertz all coming in. Cesar Azpilicueta, Wesley Fofana, Mateo Kovacic, Aubameyang and Raheem Sterling are the players to make way. So the full Chelsea lineup is Kepa in goal with Chalobah, Thiago Silva, Badiashile and Chilwell in a back 4. Kante, Fernandes and Conor Gallagher in a midfield 3 with Mikhailo Mudryk, Kai Havertz and the only player that gave a good account of himself at the Emirates, Noni Madueke on the right-hand side. So it'll be interesting to see. Gary O'Neill, probably one of the managers of the season. Frank Lampard and Chelsea, a season to forget. Just under half an hour to go. We'll see what happens at the Vitality.
Thank you very much, Billy Andrews. We'll be watching Bournemouth against Chelsea. I'm sure it's a big game for Bournemouth, and it's even bigger for Chelsea. Just on a bit of winning ways for Frank Lampard. And I have to admit, I do agree. It wasn't my first choice for Frank Lampard to be reinstated as manager. I mean, he left Chelsea for a reason, didn't he? Let's be fair. So someone else would be doing much better. The team who actually also getting a new manager, at least till the end of the season, are Leeds. We've got Manchester City next against Leeds United with their new manager, Sam Allardyce, who's got this thing to say about taking over the job.
It was a shock because this time of the season, there's many managers that had changed hands, which was the biggest amount of managers ever in the history of the Premier League. I thought, well, it's all over now for this season. So to get the call was quite surprising, of course, but it was only a couple of minutes before I said yes. So, and then obviously, because of the situation, was to rush through as quick as we possibly could the entire process so I could be here for at least a reasonable lead into Manchester City. I enjoyed the game so much, and to try and be able to save this club and put it back and keep it in the Premier League is a big responsibility, and a big challenge, but one I was prepared to take.
Yes, of course. Took him 2 minutes to make up his mind. Good afternoon, Richard Bond, who's watching that game, Manchester City against Leeds. Manchester City, we'll start with Manchester City. They're a team who are going for the title, games in hands, and everyone is predicting now they're going to win the league. But if you look on the other hand, we've got Leeds United, Sam Allardyce, a new manager. He's not a new face, is he, at all? And he's always came in and joined teams who are in a very similar position over the years, and he's been well known in keeping them up, hasn't he?
Good afternoon, John. Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, new man at the helm at Leeds United, and Sam Allardyce, very familiar figure to fans of the Premier League. And as you say, he's kept a lot of teams up over the years and improved their records. You know, a lot of the time, though, he has come in about Christmas time, and he's had more time to kind of put his stamp on the squad. But he is a good manager, a good man manager, as I should say. We're looking back in more recent times, you know, Crystal Palace, Everton, Sunderland, he's improved those positions to finish more mid into bottom half of the league. Didn't work out at West Brom last time. They did go down in 2020, and that was the last time we did see Big Sam. But he's got 4 games to really make a difference this time. I think today you're going to really look at it as being, if you can get anything from this game, it'll be positive. You know, Manchester City are on a brilliant run. I think they've 14 wins in a row at the Etihad Stadium. It's a good City team, and they're looking like they're going to go all the way in all the competitions this season, possibly. Arsenal have something to say about that, as will City's opponents in midweek, Real Madrid in the Champions League. So that brings me really to looking at the team news for today, and City, with that game in mind, have made significant changes of their lineup, and they've made 6 changes in total. It's a familiar 3-2-4-1 formation. Edison's returned back in goals. He missed out at West Ham in midweek in the convincing win there. Laporte and Akanji both come back into the back 3 for Diaz and Walker to partner Nathan Ake. Protection for them today will be provided by Rico Lewis and Ike Gundogan. Both missed out last time, with Stones and Rodri saved for the Spaniards. Kevin De Bruyne, who missed the last 2 matches with a knock, he returns today, whilst Phil Foden's had his first league start since March. He'd be responsible, along with Riyad Mahrez, supplying for the prolific Erling Haaland up top, who's now got 35 goals for the season. Incredible. After a month, really, which has seen a record number of goals conceded by a Premier League side, Leeds have they decided to get rid of Javi Gracia after just 12 games, but Sam Allardyce now, he's brought a team together now, and he's made 4 changes to his side today, taking apart 4-1 at Bournemouth last weekend. Big news, really. He's showing his decision-making already, bringing in Joe Robles, the ex-Everton keeper who he worked with in 2018. He's been handed the gloves today for his first start over regular stopper Ilian Messier, who is on the bench. And surprisingly, he's also changed in defence after the record amount of goals, with Voba and Firpo joining Luke Ayling and Rasmus Christians in the back 4. Adam Forshaw's brought into more protection in midfield to be with Rocker and McKennie, whilst Jack Harrison and Gnonto will flank lone striker Patrick Bamford up front. Looking for a good game today, and I'm sure it's going to be. Big Sam likes an upset. Will we get one today? Man City Leeds here on Football Live, about 20 minutes away.
Thank you very much, Richard. We'll be coming to you very, very shortly. But before we leave you, your quick prediction: do you think Sam Allardyce will keep Leeds United, and are Manchester City going to win the league?
It's going to be tough for Sam, I got to say, and I think it'll go right down to the wire. You've got games Newcastle, West Ham, and Tottenham. It's after today. He's going to need probably 2 wins out of there. And you're going to have to, or he could be just better in the results of your rivals. But a big thing today, I think, for Leeds will be not conceding too many goals. As for Man City, you'd think they would probably go on and win the league, but they slip up today and it's back on for Arsenal. So they can't take their hands off the ball today. So it's going to be a good game, though, I'm sure.
Thank you very much, Richard. Richard Bond will be watching Manchester City against Leeds. And, of course, we'll be going back to him later on throughout the game, throughout the time of the show, likewise with Billy Andrews, to chat more about Chelsea and Leeds and Manchester City and see what we're doing then. And, of course, what they're going to be doing for the future. Next is Spurs against Palace. And we've seen how good Palace has been, isn't it, since Roy Hodgson came back to the club, and he's probably the right person for it. He steadied the ship very, very well, and no one can deny that. Spurs, well, they had 3 sort of managers. They had Conte this season, then replaced by his assistant Stellini, and now is Ryan Mason. And to watch this game is Matt Smith. Good afternoon, Matt. I mean, Palace, more or less done and dusted, isn't it? They're more or less, shall we say, all but done in keeping Palace in the Premier League for next season. Spurs, technically still fighting for top 4. Lots of Spurs fans probably can't see it, but has the Ryan Mason brought something to the team? Because something I haven't seen before for a long, long time with Spurs, Matt, and that is against Man United. They were 2-0 down at home, drew 2-2. Last weekend, probably the game of the season, wasn't it? They were losing 3-0 at one stage to Liverpool away to Anfield, and got to 3-3, scoring through Richarlison in the last minute of the game, and then the hearts were broken with Diego Costa scoring the goal. Is Ryan Mason bringing something that we can't see?
Well, good afternoon, John. I think you're right. I think he's bringing something. A lot of sort of, amateur footballers and semi-pro footballers will look at this and say, well, it's just because, he's played with a lot of these players, Harry Kane and Heung-min Son and those sort of players. He's played with them as a player. So it's almost like your mate is managing you. So I feel like it's a little bit more of a sort of casual, a little bit more informal. And I feel like the way that they're playing, they start quite poorly, Tottenham. The first 15, 20 minutes, they start poor. But I think that they come into their own in the second half. And I think it's a case of, do you know what? I'm going to start playing with my pals. I'm going to play with a little bit more freedom, and it seems as if that's what they're doing. In the case of Roy Hodgson as well, he has sorted them right out. Like you said, they're all but safe. They've all but secured their Premier League status. And I think today, it's an interesting watch. I think, you really don't know what to expect from this game. And that leads me to the team news. Ryan Mason has so far not looked to change too much at Spurs, and he's recently welcomed Ben Davies back into the fold. Ryan Sessegnon and Rodrigo Bentancur remain injured. Richarlison makes a starting 11 in the place of Dejan Kulusevski, and this is the full Tottenham lineup. Fraser Forster in goal. There are reports of Hugo Lloris could have played his last game for Spurs. He's out injured, but there are talks of him finishing his career after this season with Spurs. A back 5 of Pedro Porro, Christian Romero, Clement Longley, Ben Davies, Emerson Royale. two central midfielders of Oliver Skipp, Pierre-Emile Højbjerg, Richarlison, Son Heung-min and Harry Kane as a front three. Crystal Palace, Hodgson has confirmed that Nathaniel Klein is available, but he makes the subs bench, doesn't start today, but James Tompkins has been ruled out. Sam Johnston is in goal for Crystal Palace, a back four of Joel Ward, Joachim Anderson, Mark Guéhi, Tyrek Mitchell as a back four. Three central midfielders of Eberechi Eze, Cheikh Doucouré, Jeffrey Sloop, and a front three of Michael Olise, Jordan Ayew, and the captain for Palace today, Wilfried Zaha. Like I said, don't know what to expect from this one. Tottenham obviously having a rough patch in the last few months, but Crystal Palace have been very good since Hodgson's appointment. It's an interesting watch in around 15 minutes' time.
Thank you very much, Matt Smith, who's watching Spurs against Palace. Two teams are really going for it, haven't they? And we've seen the different changes, well, in performance-wise and probably results, regardless of losing to Liverpool and getting that point away to home to Manchester United. But I'll tell you what, I'm sure we'll have some good odds on that. And so that's why we're joined by with Narabet expert Ayew. Good afternoon, Ayew. And of course, you've seen how Spurs been lately, and of course, the game that you'll be covering first is Spurs Palace. Any nice odds on that game?
Hi, John. Good afternoon. Yeah, I mean, everyone has seen Spurs recently, and Spurs have been an absolute shambles. Every game Spurs have played recently, before the last 2-3 games, especially when Delaney was in charge, they were absolutely diabolical. How can you start Conte, as we keep saying, and put his number 2? What's the reason for putting his mate? From top to bottom, Spurs are a rotten football club. Just like when the head of a fish is rotten, the body has no chance. Spurs are in deep trouble. Spurs are 1.85 to win the game at Crystal Palace at 4.20. Roy Hodgson has put a bit of life into Palace. Roy Hodgson is not known as the goal-scoring coach. He's known as the defensive coach. But however, they've scored goals since he's been there. And I do fancy Crystal Palace away from home with Zaha in form to do them a bit of damage. Spurs are 1.85. I wouldn't touch them with a barge pole at 1.85. And Crystal Palace are 4.50. If you fancy Crystal Palace to win and win by 2-0 or 2-1, they will be 13.00. And 2-0 is... 2-1 is 13.00 and 2-0 is 16.00. That's a big prize for Crystal Palace to win as Spurs, who we know, yes, they had a good reaction against Liverpool, but Liverpool are poor themselves this season. And against United should have been well and out of sight. So they were lucky in those 2 games. And I still don't think they're out of the woods yet. Crystal Palace to win, and to win 2-1 at 13.00 will be the best of the game for me.
That's very interesting, isn't it? And I think you're right, isn't it? I mean, Palace are doing very, very well under Roy Hodgson, and Spurs, well, there's slight improvement, isn't it? Just slight with Ryan Mason, but it's very predictable, and it's not away, isn't it? It's out of a picture for Palace to be winning that game, to be fair. We've seen it before over the years. Let's move on next to Manchester City against Leeds. Now, Leeds, a new manager, Sam Allardyce. We all know who Sam Allardyce is. And, is it going to be a matter of how many goals Manchester City going to score today?
Not really, you know. And I mean, I don't know if you almost have heard about Sam Allardyce at his press conference when he got appointed to say, nobody's better than me. I'm equal of Pep. I'm equal of Klopp and etc. That is not him admitting that was trying to boast to say he's better than them. He's taking the pressure off his players and to let his players know that they've got a good manager in charge to believe. I think City will win the game, but you're not going to get rich backing them at 1.15 with NairaBet. Leeds are 17.00. I don't think Leeds will have that much of an attacking threat. They will come and be solid defensively and pack the bus. 17.00 Leeds. A draw is at 9.00. City are purring at the moment. They are scoring goals for fun. And Haaland is just breaking every single record I see in front of him. City will win the game. But by how many people think they might win by 5, 6? I don't think so. I think Leeds will make it difficult because of Sam Allardyce. And I think under 2.5 goals will be the best of the game here at 3.40. City to win by 2-0, something like that. I don't see Leeds being an attacking threat to score a goal themselves, unless of course they get a set piece. But under 2.5 goals, 3.40 with NairaBet should be the key bets of this game. But if you think Leeds are going to spring a big surprise and win 1-0, 2-0, I'm happy to inform you that 1-0 is 41.00 and Leeds at 2-0 are 126.00. Whether it will happen, I don't know. But Man City 1-0 is 11.00 and Man City 2-0 is 7.50. There's loads of other markets to look into, but people can go to www.nairabet.com and find the other odds that they're looking for, because obviously we can't go through all on the phone.
Absolutely, absolutely. Finally, we've got 30 seconds. Are you just quick odds on the other game? I'm sure lots of Chelsea fans will be looking forward to. Is Bournemouth against Chelsea?
Okay, straight win Bournemouth 3.60. Chelsea, I don't know. Chelsea absolutely are rancid. That's the word I want to use for them. They are rancid. They stink the house out every game. The performance against Arsenal in the first half was abject, abysmal, diabolical, shocking. They couldn't try a leg. And Bournemouth will beat them at 3.60. God knows where Frank Lampard is going to get his next win from. But Bournemouth at 3.60 to win. But if you think it's going to be 1-0, Bournemouth is 11.00. And if you think they will score more than one goal at 2-0, is 19.00. Don't forget they scored 2 at Arsenal and they beat Liverpool as well.
Absolutely. Ayu, thank you very much indeed for your input and for your latest odds. And of course, we'll come and see you again tomorrow for more odds
See you guys
on
tomorrow.
that. Thank you very much.
Take
And
care.
now let's hand you over to Femi and the team in Nigeria to give you all the news of the Nigerian players around the globe and go through your comments and interactions of social media. And we'll be back here very shortly. Good afternoon, Femi. I bet you're looking forward for the games today.
You are listening to Football Live on Breela FM, powered by NairaBet, with John Kane.
Yes, welcome back, everyone, here at Football Live with John Kane. And thank you so much, Femi. And we'll be going back to Femi very, very shortly in about less than an hour or so. So keep your comments coming. I tell you what, Femi, I do love them comments. And some of the comments did make me chuckle. The fan who actually, the Arsenal fan, in fact, who actually said that he wants Chelsea to win for Lampard's sake. I tell you what, if I was an Arsenal fan, I don't want them to win. Who wants them to win if you're an Arsenal fan? But here goes. I do love them comments, so keep them coming, please, on Football Live NG. Thank you very much. The final game that we have in any team news from is from Molineux, Wolverhampton against Aston Villa. We've got Jackson Cole there. Good afternoon, Jackson. We've got two Spaniards against each other today. Lopetegui have done well, didn't he, to steady the ship at Wolverhampton, but Unai Emery is doing a fantastic job at Villa, isn't he?
Yeah, he certainly is, John. Unai Emery, he's completely transformed Villa's fortunes. I remember when they sacked Steven Gerrard, they were only out of the relegation zone on goals scored, and now there's a real opportunity for them to qualify for next season's Europa League. So hats off to Unai Emery. I think he's done a really good job with improving individual players like Ollie Watkins. He can't stop scoring this season. He's got 15 this term, and he did have a bit of a reputation for being a striker that did miss quite a lot of opportunities. So well done to Villa. If they win today, they'll be back in sixth in those Europa League spots. And Julen Lopetegui, I'm very, very surprised by what he's done at Wolves. I've been looking at their top scorers, and their top scorer is Ruben Neves with just 6 goals, yet they're pretty much safe. I think a win today and Everton either drawing or losing and Nottingham Forest losing will guarantee Wolves' survival for next season. It didn't go so well for them last weekend. They were humbled 6-0 by Brighton. This leads me on to the team news, because I'm sure a week ago Julen Lopetegui probably would have wanted to have dropped all of his players. On this occasion, he's made just 2 changes from that nightmare trip, with Totti coming in for Hugo Bueno at left back and Mateus Cunha coming in for Joao Gomez. Also in the team is Ruben Neves, who will make a landmark 250th appearance for Wolves this afternoon, while Nelson Semedo also starts despite sustaining a knee injury last weekend. As for Villa, Unai Emery has made 1 change in personnel from their defeat at Manchester United last weekend, and it should also see a change in system, with forward Bertrand Traore coming in for midfielder Leander Dendoncker. This is Traore's first Premier League start since January of last year. Felipe Coutinho and Leon Bailey returned to the bench following respective hamstring issues. A win and other results going their way will guarantee Wolves' survival this season and hurt their Midlands rivals' European hopes. It's Wolves versus Aston Villa, with kickoff coming right up.
Thank you very much, Jackson. Now we come back to you throughout the show for more updates and more information, and hopefully more goals. And you mentioned Ollie Watkins. He's been brilliant, hasn't he? In a fantastic form, that player. The ex-Brentford man, of course, since Unai Emery came along, he'd be doing very, very well. Tell you what, let's go straight to Richard Bond. It kicked off at Manchester City. We played about probably just over a minute, Richard, and do leads seem to be settled, or is it looks like it's Manchester City all over again? You know, you can sense that thing right from the start if actually the team are playing for the manager, or have that weird feeling, haven't you? Can you feel that?
I think they're definitely going to be playing for the manager. City have had a lot of the possession at the start, but they've lined up. You know, the concentration you can see on some of the players' face. They know they've got a job on their hands to do this afternoon, and you know, they're going to have to try and make life hard for City and make it really difficult to break through their back four. Allardyce, you know, he's suited and booted. He looks fit for the occasion. Led out his players strongly, and you know, with Robbie Keane and Carl Robinson with him as well, 2 experienced heads in the camp with a lot of Keane Premier League experience, and Robinson through the leagues a bit as well. They're used to grounding out results. They'll be there by his side. But at the moment, nothing to really report on as such. But City with most of the ball so far. So 2 minutes gone. It's Manchester City 0, Leeds United 0.
Is it more or less done and dusted? I mean, with all the respect to Arsenal, but like you mentioned, I mean, Manchester City are a different ball game. Like, have they beaten Arsenal to the league already because of the depth they have in that squad?
Well, I think what does keep Arsenal in the race, well, they're really close behind in points. It's not much in one one result will change a lot. But what does keep Arsenal's interest there is City are competing for 3 trophies. They're going to be rotating the squad. They've made 6 changes today. They'll probably do the same again next weekend. You do have a tendency sometimes, if you change a lot, that it could be a bit disjointed at times. You lose the flow. So they'll have to be careful of that. But City have so many good players in that squad to bring in. We've seen the likes of Foden hadn't started since March. He's got 10 goals in the league. Would clearly start for any other Premier League side every week. So there is hope for Arsenal. It's not all is not lost by any means. So be interesting to see what happens. There's still plenty to go in this title race. I feel there's a lot of twists and turns. It is the most exciting league, I think. But at the moment, though, today still level 0-0.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, still 0-0 between Manchester City and Leeds. And of course, listen to all your comments. So many Chelsea fans commenting as well. Oh, people who are just interested in Chelsea. It's been loads of them regardless anyway. So let's go to Billy Andrews. About 3 minutes gone between Bournemouth and Chelsea. Billy, I think, I don't know if you listened to some of the comments. Some people saying Chelsea going to lose. Some people Chelsea going to have the first win today. What can you see of Chelsea for the first 3 minutes?
Well, it's been mostly all Bournemouth, to be honest with you, John. And Conor Gallagher's just committed a foul, and Bournemouth had a free kick to take just inside their own half. But like I said in the preview, in the build-up for this, the problem with Chelsea, similar problem to what you could probably have you could probably say for PSG. It's a team of 11 individuals. It's not a proper team with a proper manager and with proper structure. By all means, they could potentially go on and challenge for a title in a season or two. But to bring in Frank Lampard, who, like you said, was sacked for a reason, I think just said to everyone, Chelsea have just given up this season. And we do have the first corner of the game, which has gone to Bournemouth. Ball out of Trevor Chalobah.
I mean, Billy, we all know the problems that Chelsea have been having, and obviously it wasn't solved, wasn't it? Rightly so, like you mentioned, by replacing Graham Potter with Frank Lampard. There's talk about Pochettino coming in, isn't he, as a permanent manager? I think it seems like it's a done deal. It's just a matter of timing when he come in. Can he come in too soon?
I think you have to give him a full pre-season. I think to bring him in at the end of a horrible season for Chelsea and to give him this toxic environment would be the worst possible start for someone like Pochettino. We saw what he did at Spurs with limited resources. We saw to a lesser extent what he's done with PSG with a lot of resources. So he's probably learned from that experience at PSG. And now he's all the better for it. So it could be a good appointment for Chelsea.
No, absolutely. I mean, he has proved it, hasn't he? And I mean, Pochettino always. I mean, if you believe the rumours that happened when he was at PSG, he was happy to try to bring Harry Kane, didn't he, at PSG? If you believe any of the rumours, do you think he'll try and do that? While Kane is probably unsettled the way Spurs are going at the moment, do you think Kane will be tempted to play for Pochettino at Chelsea?
Well, like I say, he's unsettled at Spurs. Chelsea are in desperate need of a goal scorer, a proper, genuine goal scorer. And it's a manager that Harry Kane loved working with, had some of the best seasons of his career with, and why wouldn't he? I think it could be a match made in heaven. Bayern Munich and Manchester United might have something else to say about that. There's just a massive opportunity for Jefferson Lerma. He picked the ball up and fired a projectile shot from long range, but it just went painfully wide of the right-hand post, and it's gone out for a goal kick to Chelsea. So Bournemouth, after 5 minutes, very much on top in this game against Chelsea.
Thank you very much, Billy Andrews. We'll be coming back very shortly on more updates and hopefully more goals. Everyone loved the goals here, but so far yet to see our first goal in the Premier League. Let's just go through some of the latest results elsewhere in Europe. In the German Bundesliga, it's about 35, 36 minutes gone in about 5 games there. Augsburg 0, Union Berlin 0, Borussia Mönchengladbach 1. Bochum 0, Hertha Berlin 1, Stuttgart 0. I'm sure Billy Andrews told me about the relegation dogfight in that. I'll come back to him later on that. Freiburg 0, Leipzig 0, and Hoffenheim 1, Eintracht Frankfurt 0. Now, talking about Harry Kane, Matt Smith is watching Harry Kane, Tottenham against Palace. Is Harry Kane seems settled for the first 6 minutes or so, and the rest of the team?
I would say, I'd say Spurs are, yeah, they're settled, but Palace are settled as well. You know, the first 5 minutes here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, it's more Palace. It's moving towards Palace having more of the ball. They're having more control going forward, and a little bit defensively as well. They look quite sturdy. I think Roy Hodgson has got them playing some decent football. He's got them playing with a little bit of freedom, a little bit of that lack of fear. I think that, this Crystal Palace team are full of very bright, intelligent players, and they're quite young. Some players, you look at Olise and you look at Eberici Eze, they're sort of bright players. Just as you come to me there, Ben Davies has, had to pull down Olise and a little foul there just as he was getting away with the sheer pace that he has. But it's, opening 6 minutes, it's still Tottenham 0, Crystal Palace 0, but Crystal Palace just edging it by a hair.
I mean, Crystal Palace, they brought the right man, didn't they? They brought Roy Hodgson. He knew the club inside out. Obviously, he's the one who handed over to Patrick Vieira. Patrick Vieira didn't do anything wrong, didn't he, really, to be fair? I mean, they weren't winning as much, but I think the experience and lack of it between Vieira and Hodgson did make a difference for Palace, didn't it?
I think so, yeah. I think, when we spoke about Ryan Mason being the sort of like the lad, the mate that's going to be the manager of the team, and I think that's a different sort of scenario when you look at Crystal Palace. Roy Hodgson's almost a figure of authority, seniority. I think that's, you look at Roy Hodgson, he's been through it all in a way, and so the Crystal Palace players, I think they look at that and go, right, this guy knows what he's talking about. Patrick Vieira, fair enough, you give him his due. He did what he could with the squad. It wasn't to be, and it didn't happen. But Roy Hodgson's got them playing some fantastic football.
Thank you very much, Matt. And of course, we did say this show is about goals, and we've got 2 goals.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
8 minutes gone, and it's Bournemouth 0, Chelsea 1. Yes, Chelsea have taken the lead at Bournemouth. We come back to you very, very shortly. I can tell you the goal scorer is Conor Gallagher, which is a player that Billy Andrews mentioned a few moments ago. And there's also been another goal at Molineux.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
It's Wolverhampton Wanderers 1, Aston Villa 0 in the Midland Derby. And it's Toti Gomez scoring for Wolverhampton Wanderers. We'll be going to Billy Andrews and Jackson Cole very, very shortly on the news of that goal. But I tell you what, Chelsea fans, I think this is what you wanted to see, isn't it? Scoring an early goal. And they have so after 8 minutes. What a player as well. Conor Gallagher coming through the academy. He's not doing bad at all. He learned from this experience as well on loan to Crystal Palace, and he's coming stronger, and he seems to be leading the line. Not only that, he's scoring the goals. So we'll be going to Billy Andrews to tell us some more about that goal. And likewise with Wolverhampton. I mean, I know Villa are 1-0 down already, but I think Wolves, after losing 6-0 to Brighton last week, they had to do something today. And I think with Unai Emery, you could never underestimate Aston Villa. They might be 1-0 down, but I can guarantee there's going to be more goals in that game. Still, Man City 0, Leeds 0, 11 minutes gone, and likewise at White Lane, the old White Lane, Tottenham Hotspur Stadium is Tottenham Hotspur 0, Crystal Palace 0. Like I said, we'll be getting news of these reports on goals very, very shortly. In the Serie A, 52 minutes gone, still Milan 2, Lazio 0. In the German Bundesliga, we're coming to half-time. Still 0-0 between Augsburg and Union Berlin. Borussia Mönchengladbach are 1-0 up over Bochum. Hertha Berlin still 1-0 between Stuttgart and Freiburg 0, Leipzig 0, and Hoffenheim 2, Eintracht 0. Right, let's go and hear more about that goal from Chelsea. Billy Andrews.
Well, Chelsea had been pushing, and it's finally come off for Conor Gallagher. A fantastic late run into the box. Didn't have to alter his run for the cross from the right-hand side, and he put it past Neto, who didn't even move, and it came just after they had another chance, a mix-up at the back for Bournemouth. Miscommunication between Neto and his defenders, and Noni Madueke putting that one just wide, but Trevor Chalobah played it out to N'Golo Kante, and Kante with a lovely deep cross in, and Conor Gallagher just flicked it into the bottom left-hand corner. Neto stood like a statue. So 9 minutes gone at the Vitality. It's Bournemouth 0, Chelsea 1.
I mean, was it against the run of play? Because you were saying that it was all Bournemouth, wasn't it, for the first few minutes? Was it against the run of play?
I think Bournemouth had the first 5-6 minutes, but after that, Chelsea have just suddenly come alive. Like I said, they had that mix-up from Bournemouth at the back, and I think they started to smell blood a little bit, the Chelsea forwards, because Kai Havertz had a chance, but he just missed the ball completely and ran over it. And like I said, it was a lovely late run from Conor Gallagher, dare I say, reminiscent of his manager's late runs back when he used to play football.
Absolutely, very similar players, aren't they, Billy? And Conor Gallagher, I know he not only just scored a goal today, isn't he? But he's been really good, isn't he? His performance has always been consistent every time he come in with a Chelsea tip.
Yeah, been consistent. I think he deserves his starting place over Mateo Kovacic, and not to bring it back down for Chelsea fans, but of course he did win Goal of the Month for April because, well, his goal against Brighton was the only goal that was scored as Thiago Silva goes for about 30 yards, but just hopelessly over the bar. So 11 minutes gone. Chelsea now in the ascendancy. We'll see if Bournemouth can find a way back into this game.
Thank you very much, Billy. Now let's go to Jackson Cole on the news of that Wolverhampton Wanderers goal. Jackson, it's probably not what we were expecting, but it's good to see an early goal in the game.
Yeah, absolutely, John. And to be honest, I think it came slightly against the run of play. It was Villa who did start a little bit brighter than their opponents, but it's the home side that have taken the lead. It's a towering header by Totti Gomez, who didn't play or didn't start that match against Brighton last weekend, but he's made a brilliant start, a masterstroke from Julian Lopetegui. It was a corner from the right, delivered in by Ruben Neves. And then there was Totti just shrugging off Jacob Ramsey and heading it well beyond Emi Martinez. He could have had two goalkeepers in there and he wouldn't have saved it. Brilliant start for Wolves, who are vying for a first quadruple home winning run in the top flight since April 1975. And I was just looking more home stats for Wolves under Julian Lopetegui, and he's made the place a fortress Molineux. He's won 6 out of 8 Premier League home matches in 2023. Only Manchester United and Manchester City have done better than Wolves. So as I said, Wolves is bouncing. It's Wolves 1, Aston Villa 0.
Jackson, we could never rule out Unai Emery, and we know how good Aston Villa have been. But what did he actually do to the club? Because more or less it's very similar players, isn't it, before he actually took over?
I think he's made individual players play a lot better than his predecessor Steven Gerrard did. I mentioned Ollie Watkins there. He just looks like a confident player every time he goes forward. He looks confident within himself that he's going to score a goal. And when he does miss, he doesn't let it get him. He doesn't get down about it. So I think that's been the key issue for Unai Emery managing Aston Villa, and just improving these individual players then just makes them better as a collective. So I think that's been the main difference.
Thank you very much, Jackson. We'll come back to you very, very shortly, I'm sure. Let's go to Manchester City. Manchester City still 0-0 against Leeds. 15 minutes gone, Richard Bond. I mean, just before I'll come to you, I'll give you, someone actually sent me Sam Allardyce record when joining a club mid-season. Now, December 2018, he took over Blackburn, took them from 19th to 15th, and he took over Sunderland, I believe, from 19th to 17th. Palace took them from 17th to 14th. Everton, he took them from 13th to 8th. And the last one was December 2020 when he didn't do well with West Brom and they stayed 19th. But what were we expecting from Leeds? How they've been doing for the first 16 minutes or so?
Well, certainly, it's at the moment, it's Manchester City 0, Leeds United 0, 16 minutes played here on the clock. And we talk about Sam Allardyce and way he improves teams, but it's that solidifying of the defence, making them hard to beat. And that's what they've been so far. First 15 minutes, first 10 minutes particularly, you can see a clear bank of 2-4s behind Manchester City probing, a lot of possession. They're looking to slow the play down, not give them any opportunities, any sniff at goal at all. So, we had a corner really as such where Akanji won the header from it, went miles over the crossbar, but that was the nearest they really have come. At the other end, then after they settled a bit, then Patrick Bamford tried to get on the end of a cross from the right-hand side. But it was encouraging stuff, for the first 15 minutes. You'd be pleased for a side who spent a month really conceding so many goals. As as just come to me a minute ago now, we've seen City have had their best opportunity, and it's Haaland who just got played through. So I think you're going to have to be wary of those kind of factors, really, such as De Bruyne picking out Haaland there, and his shot saved low from Robles is going to really give him confidence. So changing of the keeper as well, I think, will be a big factor in this game. And if he started off quite well, getting the first early save there, will only give them confidence as a team with the back four in front of them, conceding so many goals. But yeah, at the moment, Manchester City 0, Leeds United 0, 17 minutes on the clock.
I mean, Richard, Guardiola is not scared at all, isn't he, of Tuesday? And he's actually starting with nearly most of the players that he always started, doesn't he? And you look at the bench: John Stones, Carl Walker, Ruben Diaz, Jack Grealish, Bernardo Silva, Rodri, they're all on the bench. The guy's not scared at all. In fact, I'll come back to you very, very shortly, Richard. Let's go quickly to... where shall we go? I was going to go to Billy Andrews, but actually, just as soon as I came back from Richard Bond, there has been a goal at Manchester City.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
18 minutes gone, and it's Manchester City 1, Leeds United 0, and it is Gundogan, the German, who've taken the lead for Manchester City. We just say we've got so many players on that squad, and you're bound to find someone who will score goals for you. But if we go for an break, I'm just going to go to Billy Andrews very quickly, because Modric has been booked for diving. Now, has he been doing a good job so far?
Well, he's causing some problems down the Chelsea left, but it was a horrendous dive. I think it was Senesi who came over to almost try and shepherd the ball out. He didn't touch him. Mudryk goes down, and we saw it on Thursday night. Cairo Matoma and arguably Marcus Rashford probably should have been booked for diving. And this time, John Brooks has said, well, you might only be 15 minutes into a game, but now I'm going to book you for diving. And it's something we do like to see, because hopefully it will start to eradicate it from the game.
Thank you very much, Billy. Let's go to Manchester City. And Richard Bond, tell us more about that goal.
Yes, well, it's Manchester City 1, Leeds United 0, and it's a goal that's just come for Ike Gundogan, the captain, scoring to give City the lead after a lovely bit of play from Mahrez on the right-hand side. Allardyce will be absolutely furious with this one, though. He was left in loads of space, but he cut inside around two players for teeing up the captain on the edge of the box. His drilled shot low into the bottom corner to give City the lead. It'll be interesting how they respond the next few minutes now, after having a few games where they have conceded a couple of goals after going behind. But City in the ascendancy here. Manchester City 1, Leeds United 0, 20 minutes on the clock.
Just a quick recap for all four Premier League games that are happening at this moment. Literally about 19, 20 minutes gone. It's Bournemouth 0, Chelsea 1, Tottenham Hotspur 0, Palace 0, Manchester City 1, Leeds 0, just you heard from Richard Bond, and Wolverhampton Wanderers 1, Aston Villa 0, and we'll be going back with our reporters very, very shortly on any updates that's happening from all four games. This is Football Live.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM.
Liverpool 7, Manchester United 0. This is just incredible. The wheels have just fallen off the wagon.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brila FM with Football Live.
Oh my word, it's an absolute massive goal for Arsenal's title hopes here.
Wow, just wow.
Today's show is powered by Hollandia and Chivita. Chelsea take on Nottingham Forest, and Leeds United up against Newcastle United in the Premier League. Next Saturday from 1 o'clock with Barry Swain. Covered exclusively right here on Brila FM by Football Live. You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM.
Our partners at NairaBet are back with another special offer. Get 500 Naira free every time a Nigerian player scores.
Victor Osimhen!
With 28 league goals combined this season, how many will Osimhen, Iheanacho, Ndidi and Iwobi net you? When they score, so do you. To qualify, head over to NairaBet and make sure you include the following games in your ACCA: Napoli versus Fiorentina, Brighton versus Everton, Fulham versus Leicester. Visit www.nairabet.com/bonus for more details. ACCA must be placed by midnight tonight. Minimum stake required is 500 Naira. 18 plus only. Please gamble responsibly.
Reminder that Football Live, the wrap-up show, will be exclusively broadcast this coming Monday on Brilla FM. Looking back on all the action in the Premier League and the major leagues around Europe, hearing from the players, hearing from the managers, and looking at who's going up, who's coming down, and who will be playing in the Champions League maybe next season. That's all on the wrap-up show this coming Monday, exclusive to Brilla FM with Football Live.
You are listening to Football Live on Brilla FM, powered by NairaBet, with John Kane.
We always say that every time we go away, there's been a goal.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
Billy Andrews has seen a goal at Bournemouth. It's Bournemouth 1, Chelsea 1. Billy Andrews, Chelsea's lead didn't last long, didn't it?
No, it lasted just over 10 minutes, and it was an absolutely superb strike from Matthias Viña for Bournemouth. Chelsea had a free kick up by the Bournemouth box, but Bournemouth cleared it exceptionally well, and they broke very quickly. It fell to Viña on the edge of the box, and he drifted it up over, out of the reach of Kepa. Keeper had absolutely no chance. Kissed the post on the way in as well. Bournemouth, since going behind, have started to come back into this game, and you have to say they do deserve that. Chelsea's fragile defence breached once again. How do they go now? Also, N'Golo Kante's been shown a yellow card, so that's 2 Chelsea players in the opening 20 or so minutes on yellow cards. Kante and Mudryk have to be careful. Bournemouth on the ascendancy. On the South Coast at the Vitality, it's Bournemouth 1, Chelsea 1.
Thank you very much, Billy. Billy Andrews, when we come back to you again for more goals. It seems like a game with loads of goals, isn't it? The one game that has a goal so far is Tottenham against Crystal Palace. Matt Smith, are we anywhere near seeing a goal in the game?
Well, I'll tell you, just before you came to me, I would say maybe 20 minutes of this game. Both teams have spent, struggling to penetrate the final thirds. Tottenham have got way more possession. Tottenham only had 2 shots on goal. Both sides seem a little bit anxious, just to expose themselves. Both sides are a little bit hesitant to get forward. And, Crystal Palace have had 2 nothing corners, but, to no avail. Tottenham in the last 2 or 3 minutes have started to come into it. We said before they were slow starters. They started slow against Liverpool, but they're starting to get into it now. It's taken them 20 minutes, but it's about time that Tottenham start getting into it. It's still Tottenham 0, Crystal Palace 0.
I mean, Matt, Tottenham, we've known the form that Son has been in, isn't it? And he's again starting today. He scored last weekend. Is he going to come back on form very, very soon?
Yeah, well, a Tottenham fan would certainly hope so, that's for sure. If you're a Spurs fan sitting at home and, you're thinking, right, come on then, we can't just rely on Harry Kane. That's the only way they're able to win these games recently. Harry Kane is leading them by example. He's scoring penalties. He's scoring from open play. You can't really rely on one player. The other players in the starting 11 need to pick up the pieces. And you look at Richarlison, you look at Son, maybe you look at Højbjerg, you look at those sort of creative players going forward. You can't rely on Kane. You hope that Son can have an effect in this game, but 25 minutes in, and he hasn't really had an effect so far.
Thank you very much, Matt Smith. I can tell you there's been another goal in the Premier League.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
Well, we were wondering for how long Leeds will stand firm in front of the attacking Manchester City. And guess what? Gundogan scored again for Manchester City, not even half an hour gone. It's Manchester City 2, Leeds United 0. And it's not the start that Sam Allardyce is definitely looking for. We're going to Richard Bond very shortly. In fact, let's go to Richard Bond now. Richard, Manchester City just are Manchester City, aren't they?
Absolutely incredible. City have doubled their leads, and it's Gundogan, such a underrated player in this City lineup. They got a lot of the stars in there. But the German, he's come in and scored 2 today. And it's a similar sort of goal to the first one. Mahrez again found in space on the right-hand side. And it had been coming, really, this second goal. He found the ball, picked it up on his left foot, played it to the edge of the box. Gundogan drove it with his right foot into the bottom left-hand corner. Oh, it's a long way back for Leeds now, I'm afraid. But City, 2 to the goods. Manchester City 2, Leeds United 0, 27 minutes on the clock.
I mean, Richard, what can Leeds do? I mean, let's be realistic. Is it a matter now of just trying to park the bus, or park that bus, shall we say?
Well, it's a dangerous game now. Do you stick or twist? Do you look to try and get yourself back in the game, or do you try and keep the score down? They haven't had much of the ball in this game. They tried to press, but City is so good at times when they've got the ball just to unlock those spaces. De Bruyne, in particular, is a master at it. You know, he just finds that little bit of a gap just to give someone else a bit of room and space. So I think they've got to try and have a little bit of a go. Sometimes attack is the best form of defence. But, you don't want to get hammered at all in this game. The goal difference is going to be key come the end of the season with other teams around them, fighting for their lives too. It's like an extra point. But we shall see. Still plenty of time left in this one, though. But 28 minutes on the clock here. Manchester City 2, Leeds United 0.
Thank you very much, Richard Bond. Yes, it's one-way traffic at that moment, isn't it? At the Etihad Stadium, and what can you say? Manchester City are just Manchester City. They're just too good for everyone. This is Football Live. I don't know what's happening here, but I'll try to sort of rectify it as quickly as possible. I was just going to get you some of the odds that is happening at the moment, but I'll leave it at that for later on. Now, it's half-time in the German Bundesliga. It's Augsburg 0, Union Berlin 0, Borussia Mönchengladbach 1, Bochum 0, Hertha Berlin 2, Stuttgart 1, Freiburg 0, Leipzig 0, and Hoffenheim 3, Eintracht Frankfurt 0. Now, we haven't heard from Jackson Cole for a while. Let's go to hear from Jackson. Jackson, still Wolves 0, Wolves 1, Villa 0. And Villa making any improvements trying to get back into the game?
Yes, they have, to be honest. They're controlling possession quite nicely, like they did before the Totti goal, but there's not been too much penetration on that Wolves back line, although Villa, they did come very close about 3 minutes after Totti's opener. The ball fell to Emi Buendia on the edge of the box, and on the half volley, he fired it straight towards goal, and Jose Sá, the Wolves goalkeeper, did brilliantly to get across to his right-hand side and put it out for a corner. That's definitely been the best chance from a Villa perspective. Totti, he's got so much confidence at the moment. There's a lovely moment where he was fed the ball by Max Kilman. He's been closed down by Buendia, and it looked like he was down a blind alley, but then he just flicked the ball through the legs of Buendia. There was a collective around Molineux when that happened. It was a lovely piece of skill. It'll definitely be up on social media. You should definitely check that out if you can. But yeah, about 29 minutes on the clock, and it is still Wolves 1, Aston Villa 0.
Let's go back to Manchester City, because it seems like the pressure for Manchester City have brought a chance for Leeds, hasn't it?
Yes, well, this game's gone quite frantic all of a sudden after Leeds trying to respond. You asked what they do really is they did have a half decent opportunity, and a lovely ball came in from the left-hand side, and it was McKennie who came up with a header. Just from the edge of the 6-yard box, he headed down, drawing out a lovely good one-handed save from Ederson in the Man City goal. Up went Man City, up the other end, as they do, so dangerous on the counter. And Gundogan found in so much space. That's a big problem for Leeds. They're going to have to address, really. 25 yards out with a luxury just to pick a pass out for Foden on the left to form a shot. He found Foden just beating his man. Lovely first touch, low first-time shot, drawing the save from Robles, who started off pretty decent in all fairness. Leeds, though, defending desperately at times. The commitment's there, but the quality is just a little bit too much from City so far. But at the moment, though, 31 minutes on the clock. Manchester City 2, Leeds United 0.
Thank you very much, Richard. We'll be going back very, very shortly, which we probably assume is going to be more goals. This is Football Live.
The latest big match odds with NairaBet.
Yes, let's give you the latest odds from Narabet. As it stands, of course, all the prices are subject to change. As you've heard, Wolves are leading Aston Villa by a goal to nil. Wolves are 1.73 for the win, 3.60 for the draw. And if you think Aston Villa will turn it around in this middle derby, they are 5.25. Manchester City leads, still 2-0. It's 100-1 for Leeds to win that game, 29.0 for the draw, and it's suspended for Manchester City as expected. Spurs still 0-0 with Palace. Spurs are 2.05 for the win. The draw is 3.10, and it's just gone off for Palace for 4.50. And Bournemouth 4.20 for the win. Not bad for a team who just came back from losing 1-0 to Chelsea. 3.0 for the draw and 2.15 for a Chelsea win. And of course, all these prices are subject to change. Now, let's go to Billy Andrews, because it seems like Chelsea are trying to get back into the game, haven't they? Trying to take the lead before half time.
Yeah, that's right. It's pretty end-to-end at the Vitality this afternoon, John, and it was a chance for Noni Madueke, of course, the best Chelsea player on the pitch against Arsenal. He managed to skin Matthias Viña very, very easily. He had dribbled into the box, and instead of finding Havertz or Kante or Gallagher or Enzo Fernandez, he decided to shoot, and it went straight into the side netting, and his teammates letting him know that was the wrong decision. But since they scored Bournemouth, they've sort of sat back and let Chelsea have most of the ball. And they're very comfortable on possession. There are a few misplaced passes, but there's no real pressure from Bournemouth at the moment. Gary O'Neill probably won't be too happy, but just over half an hour gone. Still Bournemouth 1, Chelsea 1.
I mean, Billy, we cannot underestimate Gary O'Neill and his ability, isn't he? He has proven it since he's taken his job, not even on permanent basis, but even before that as a caretaker manager. And he's rightly so, was given the job, and he put Bournemouth to safety. And he does cause so many problems for the big clubs as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, it caused loads of problems for the bigger clubs. And what a fantastic opportunity for Ryan Christie. He just had a bullet header from inside the penalty box. It just went wide of the left-hand post. So as I said, Chelsea are on the ascendancy. Bournemouth latched onto another bit of sloppy play from the Chelsea defenders, and Ryan Christie nearly scored. But Gary O'Neill's done a fantastic job, and it probably says more about him than it does about the players, because he said he always believed in them. And to come in after they lost 9-0 to Liverpool, a game that we covered on Football Live, I think now to be drawing 1-1 with Chelsea, and of course, big teams, so many problems. He's definitely a candidate for manager of the season.
Thank you very much. Billy Andrews is watching Bournemouth Chelsea. Still about 10 minutes to go till half time, and it's 1-1, as he just heard. Now, the one game that we still haven't got a game, and it's still 10 minutes to go till half time, is Spurs against Palace. It's still 0. Matt Smith, Spurs are having a few chances, haven't they? But it's all about converting it at the moment.
Yeah, Spurs have had the better chances without a shadow of a doubt. Pedro Porro is looking very dangerous down the right wing, from that right wing back position. He's the one that's taking the corners, and that's the way, the past 5 minutes, they've had 3-4 successive corners, Tottenham. Romero he rose like a salmon, and he rose above the Crystal Palace defenders, and he nodded it towards the goal, but Sam Johnston had to pull off a save, and, a save after save, because it was 3 or 4 successive corners. So Tottenham are just mounting the pressure right now on Crystal Palace. Olise and Zaha are doing their very best up the top there, and they're pressing the Tottenham defence. I have to say, there is one sort of player for Tottenham that sticks out like a sore thumb, that doesn't seem to be playing that well, and it's Oliver Skipp. He looks a little bit lost in the middle there alongside Højbjerg. He's given the ball away 2 or 3 times, and Palace just haven't taken advantage of that. They haven't had a shot on goal in any of those mistakes that Skipp has made, but he needs to sort himself out, I think, at half time. But it's still 34 minutes played. Tottenham Hotspur 0, Crystal Palace 0.
Just for clarifications, Matt, of course, Pedro Porro and Emerson Royal are playing. What's their position in the game? Because, of course, we know that both players play on the right-hand side.
Yeah, I think they're taking it in turns almost. They're almost playing like wingers. Pedro Porro obviously is predominantly down the right wing back side, and you've got Emerson Royal predominantly on the left. But it's there's obviously on the odd occasion they'll switch it up to try and make it a little bit confusing for those Crystal Palace fullbacks. And Pedro Porro, when he comes to take a corner on that left side, he'll swing it in, and it's that's like I said before, that's where they're getting a lot of their chances. The aerial ability from the likes of Romero and Ben Davis. So I think it could be that's the way they're going to get their goal. Pedro Porro's predominantly right, Emerson Royale predominantly left, but they're making it a little bit difficult for Palace defenders.
Thank you very much, Matt. Matt Smith, still 0-0 Spurs Palace. Richard Bond, still 2-0, but the chances keep coming and coming for Manchester City.
Yeah, it's wave after wave after wave. It's 2-0 to Manchester City, 37 minutes on the clock here. And Erling Haaland's actually having a bit of an off game as such so far. You wait, he'll score in a minute. But so he had another good opportunity a minute ago. He's played through De Bruyne. He's just got the ball stuck to his feet. Like, he's playing it so easily to any of his midfielders and striker up with him at the moment. Now, Haaland, the latest to have the chance, ball put through to the edge of the penalty, from the edge of the penalty area, just coming into the 6-yard box. Haaland swings, misses the ball completely. In comes Foba just to slide in, block the challenge. It's ominous for Leeds. It's 83% possession now for City. The onslaught is continuing. 8 minutes to half time. I'm sure Sam Allardyce will want to get them in, just 2 behind at the moment. But yeah, Manchester City 2, Leeds United 0.
I mean, is someone that's got any sort of options on the bench to trying to maybe bring in at half time, just to make it a bit more difficult for Man City to score more goals?
Yeah, well, I'm thinking, Allardyce, he's got a couple of attacking players he can use, perhaps. You've got like Rodrigo, he's scored quite a few this season. He's a lively player. Somerville's got some good pace. And then if you're looking, the one I'd probably go for myself would be Brendan Aronson, who's industrious. He'll get amongst the midfield. Like I said earlier, Gundogan and De Bruyne, they're both getting way too much space and time on the ball. So I think that's sometimes just down to City just being very good with the possession they've had rather than Leeds playing badly. They've given it a good go so far this afternoon. But I think that would be the one I would try anyway. But at the moment now, coming into 5 minutes to half time, Manchester City 2, Leeds United 0.
Thank you very much, Billy. Billy Andrews. No, we'll be going to Billy Andrews very, very shortly. Thank you very much, Richard Bond. Of course, let's go from one team with Manchester City, who's trying to become European winners, to next. Wolverhampton Wanderers against Villa. Villa, ex-European Cup winners. If people didn't know that, yes, they have won the European Cup once before. If you're as old as me, you remember it. But I don't think Jackson Cole remembers it, but I'm sure he remembers the chance for Ollie Watkins a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I can't quite remember when they won the European Cup, but it was an absolutely huge opportunity just now for Aston Villa, and it fell to the man that Unai Emery would have wanted it to have fallen to, Ollie Watkins, the man who's been linked with Bayern Munich recently. I saw it was a cross from the left, and Ollie Watkins, unmarked in the box, headed it straight at Jose Sarr. You'd have backed him, given the form he's in, to just bury that this season, but not this time. So it is still Wolves 1, Aston Villa 0.
Thank you very much, Jackson. So this recap, 5 minutes to go till half time. It's Bournemouth 1, Chelsea 1, Tottenham 0, Palace 0, Man City 2, Leeds 0, and Wolverhampton Wanderers 1, Aston Villa 0. I can tell you there was VAR involved at Spurs for possible penalty shout, but it was not given. So we'll be going to Matt Smith very, very shortly on that chance, and if VAR got it right or wrong this time around. Let's keep you up to date with Serie A. About 9 minutes to go. San Siro, Milan still leading from their halftime score by 2-0 against Lazio. Of course, Lazio until last week, technically, they were the only team who can come in and spoil the party for Napoli, but it wasn't meant to be. So, as you know, are just in the fight to try and stay in the top 4 in Serie A to stay, to play European football again next season. In the German Bundesliga, we played about 7 or 8 minutes in each of them games. Augsburg 1, Union Berlin 0, Borussia Mönchengladbach 1, Bochum 0, Hertha Berlin 2 now against Stuttgart 1, Freiburg Leipzig still 0-0. That's a big game, isn't it, for both teams? Very entertaining teams, both of them. I'm sure Billy Anderson or normal Bundesliga expert can tell us how exciting Freiburg and Leipzig are, and expecting goals, but it's just lack of goals at the moment. And finally, Hoffenheim 3, Eintracht Neck. Now, I promised you there was a VAR incident that happened at Tottenham. Matt Smith, tell us all about it.
Well, I said in the previous report that the danger for Palace is that Pedro Porro coming down the right wing, and it's a cross from Pedro Porro, and it's fallen just in front of Heung-min Son, and Heung-min Son's come shoulder to shoulder with Joachim Andersen, and I'll be honest with you, it would have been very, very soft if it was given. Son went down, and it was a little bit of, like I say, a soft one to give if it was going to be given. Anderson's very strong, dominant centre half. I think Son's looking a little bit as if he's going to get lucky there, but I can't see that getting given in any game that I've seen before. It's Tottenham at the moment grasping at straws. They're already starting to go down in the box, looking for sort of chances here and there. It's still Tottenham 0, Crystal Palace 0 after 40 minutes.
I was reading an article probably about a couple of weeks ago, Matt, and they were talking about 4 or 5 players who are like the leaders of them, isn't it? With the strong personalities. And Oliver Skipp is one of them. Surely that cannot be justified with the performance that, as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I understand that people will look at that and they'll go, yeah, he's a leader in the change room, and people will vote and say, oh yeah, he's a good character. There are other players, I'm not going to name names, but there are a few that, I'll name a name. Harry Maguire, for example, you look at him and everyone says, oh, he's a great leader. Given the captain's armband, he's a big dominant force, but his performances, you cannot, there's no excuse for that. And in a way, it's similar to this. He's starting to come into the game now. I'll give him his due. 41 minutes in, and Skip's finally woken up from his sleep this morning. But, it's not enough just to be a leader. It's not enough just to stand there and think you're big. You've got to be able to perform as well. And that's what he's starting to do now, finally.
I mean, one of the players who play in a very similar position is Bentancur, and he's been brilliant, hasn't he, for Spurs since he arrived from Juve, and they're really missing him due to his injury.
Yeah, I think so. I think that he oozes confidence, he oozes class. With Bentancur, and I think he's just a right fit. Bentancur's over 6 foot. He's if we're looking at stature and we're looking at the sort of physical traits, he is he's a big, tall centre midfielder, a big dominant force. You look at McTominay, you look at Rodri, those sorts of players over 6 foot and can play a bit of ball as well. But Oliver Skipp, he's under 5'11", under 5'10". He's a centre midfielder, similar to Højbjerg in a way. I think you need to mix it up in the centre of midfield, and when Bentancur and Højbjerg are playing, they look much better.
Next, let's go to Billy Andrews, but just under 2 minutes plus injury time. It's still Bournemouth 1, Chelsea 1. Billy, I'm looking at the stats here, and it's saying it's about 65% to 35% for Chelsea's position on the game. But it's a scoreline that's counting at the moment, and probably Gary O'Neill will be very happy with that scoreline in probably in a minute or so when it goes to half-time.
Yeah, he'll be happy with the scoreline, but I don't think he'll be happy with the organisation from his defenders. 3 times now, Noni Madueke has managed to skip past very easily and get shots off. The first one that he had after the equaliser was just palmed down by Neto. It was a bit tame. The second one, Bournemouth centre-backs in 6s and 7s, really. They couldn't clear it properly. It fell to Madueke, who on the turn hit it straight at Neto. A bit fierce of that one, but the Brazilian goalkeeper managed to gather. Wasn't very happy with his defenders. Madueke has since had some treatment for that left knee, the same one that he injured against Arsenal on Tuesday night. So he's running it off, but Raheem Sterling is starting to warm up quite vigorously, so we'll see if there's a change at half-time. But yeah, about 2 minutes plus injury time to go at the Vitality. It's still Bournemouth 1, Chelsea 1.
Billy, just quickly, very quickly, I was mentioning early on the Hertha Berlin-Stuttgart game. It's 2-1 for Hertha Berlin. I think last season you wouldn't be expecting at least Hertha Berlin to be in a position they are in this season, aren't they?
Not Hertha Berlin, not the money they've spent, the size of the stadium. Of course, they play in the Olympic Stadium in Berlin. I think Stuttgart were down there last season. They played in the relegation playoff place and managed to stay up, but they've just not improved. It's a massive, massive thing for Hertha to potentially be going down. But you look at the other side of Berlin, you look at the way Union Berlin are run. It's just night and day differences of how you manage your club and how you spend within your limits and don't spend money on players that just aren't good enough.
Thank you very much, Billy Andrews. I can tell you the one game that we're waiting for a goal has arrived.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
Literally at stroke of half-time, it's Tottenham Hotspur 1, Palace 0, and who else but Harry Kane, who scored for Tottenham. Harry Kane has been the captain of the team since the injury of Hugo Lloris, and he's leading by example for the Spurs side. It's Tottenham 1, Palace 0, and we're going to Matt Smith very shortly on the news of that goal. I can tell you it's half-time at Manchester City. It's Manchester City 2, Leeds 0. We'll be having a half-time report from Richard Bond very, very shortly. They're still playing at Bournemouth. They're still playing at Wolverhampton. And in fact, the whistle have just blown as well at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Is Tottenham 1, Palace 0. That was goal from Harry Kane, was on the stroke of half-time. So next time we're speaking to Matt Smith, it'll be half-time report. And we'll be going back to all our reporters very, very shortly. In fact, I can tell you it's half-time as well at Wolverhampton. It's Wolverhampton Wanderers 1, Aston Villa 0. So they are still playing at Bournemouth. And I believe Bournemouth is 2 minutes injury time has gone. But let's go to Matt Smith on the news of that goal and a half-time report. Matt Smith.
Well, I said, we were questioned about how Spurs could score their goal. We were thinking about, all these different players, these creative players. But it is that man, it's Harry Kane. And we also said the player that's been a danger man for Spurs is that Pedro Porro. I believe, I'm right in saying that I think Ryan Mason has maybe in the past 10 minutes gone to a 4-4-2. And I think Pedro Porro's playing right midfield, Heung-min Son's playing left midfield, and Pedro Porro is playing on that right midfield. He's swung it in. It's a nice looping cross, and Harry Kane has risen, and he's risen above Joe Ward, and he's nodded it down towards the floor, and Sam Johnston can't get down quick enough, and it is Tottenham 1, Crystal Palace 0 at the half-time break. It was very, very cagey, the first, 40 minutes, shall we say, for both sides. It seemed as though Spurs and Crystal Palace were sort of hesitant to throw too many men forward. Crystal Palace were happy to take a point at that stage of the game, but Tottenham needed that win, and I really think that's a fantastic goal for Tottenham to score, fantastic goal for Ryan Mason to look at and see just before half time. That's just what they needed. I think Crystal Palace now are maybe looking at that and going, right, we held on for as long as we could. We've let in a little bit of a late goal. They have to come out fighting in this second half, otherwise they're going to lose their points completely.
I mean, Harry Kane is leading by example, hasn't he, since taking the captaincy of Hugo Lloris on the pitch, at least, not officially, on the pitch. And he's been providing the goals and the assists as well in the last few games.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you think back at the sort of the better days of Spurs and when Son and Kane were all firing on all cylinders. Those two were unstoppable when they're both on the pitch. Son and Kane couldn't be split apart. They were just always the cohesion, the chemistry was fantastic between those two. We've seen sparks of it in this game, in this first 45 minutes, but Tottenham aren't really. They're not firing on all cylinders anymore. It's a different Spurs side than we know that we've seen before of years gone by. So I think Kane and Son will link up. I think in the second half a bit more. We'll have to wait and see though. But it is half time here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. It is Tottenham Hotspur 1, Crystal Palace 0.
And it's half-time at Bournemouth. Bournemouth 1, Chelsea 1. And with the half-time report is Billy Andrews.
Well, Chelsea looking for that first and elusive win under Frank Lampard this afternoon. It got off to a fantastic start after 9 minutes when Conor Gallagher made a late run into the box to head in a N'Golo Kante cross from the right-hand side of the box. Almost Lampard-esque, the late run into the box from Conor Gallagher. But after that, Chelsea seemed to sit off and let Bournemouth have the ball, and it was Viña who put a lovely looping shot over Kepa, had absolutely no chance, kissed the post on the way in to make it 1 apiece. But since then, it's been all Chelsea once again. Noddy Madueke causing all sorts of problems down the Chelsea right. He's hit the side netting and had 2 shots saved by Neto, but he has had some treatment on his left knee, so we'll see if he comes out at half-time. It's a very even game, Chelsea with more possession, but at half-time, the only stat that matters, it's Bournemouth 1, Chelsea 1.
Thank you very much, Billy Andrews. Just to recap quickly, the latest scores, the half-time scores on Factors. Bournemouth 1, Chelsea 1, just heard. Tottenham 1, Palace 0, where we're going to get half-time reports after we come back from Nigeria. It's Manchester City 2, Leeds 0, and Wolverhampton Wanderers 1, Aston Villa 0. And now we hand you over to Femi and the team in Nigeria to give you all the news on Nigerian players around the globe and go through your comments and interactions on social media. And we'll be back here very, very shortly. Good afternoon again, Femi. Femi, I love the comments. Did you agree with one of the comments who actually said that as an Arsenal fan, he's happy Frank Lampard? Would you be?
You are listening to Football Live on Breela FM, powered by NairaBet, with John Kane.
Thank you very much. Welcome back to Football Live. Thank you very much, Femi, with all the interactions. And I did love one of the comments. Chelsea, the best team in the world, going into the Championship. I do love that. It's quite funny. No disrespect to Chelsea fans, but you just have to take some of the comments that you actually giggle about. And I did giggle on that. I don't think they go down to the Championship. Definitely not this season. And I'll tell you what, they will be building well. They just need a good manager for next season. Well, we've got 2 games to get halftime reports on. The first one, let's go to Richard Bond for Manchester City against Leeds United.
Yes, it's Manchester City 2, Leeds United 0 here at the Etihad. Totally dominant stuff from City as Ike Gundogan's double, giving Pep Guardiola's side a lead at the break. Both goals majestically finished. Lovely, good moves from City, lovely, good build-up play. Sam Allardyce for food for thought, with the side exposed really as such at the back at many times, despite the new man making multiple changes. Really, City have played in second gear at times, but have been excellent really and full of ideas and could be further ahead. You know, they could have had 3 or 4 really, but Allardyce will demand more and definitely a response from his team in the second half. So he looked to possibly the bench to address their frailties. City might also have one eye on Europe now in this second half and might look to rest a couple of players, so that potentially could affect the matchup as well. But at the moment, though, it looks like it's going to be the 15th win in a row at the Etihad for City. It's going to take some coming back for Leeds in this second half. Half-time, Manchester City 2, Leeds United 0.
Thank you very much, Richard. We'll be going back to you very, very shortly on the news of any substitutions that Pep Guardiola might be making to get ready for the Real Madrid game on Tuesday. So we'll come back to you, Richard, for that. Of course, we'll probably assuming there will be halftime changes or maybe even 10-15 minutes into the second half. The big game is against Real Madrid, and I can tell you that so many Manchester fans would rather win the Champions League than the league, and even better for them, win the double, and even better for them, win the treble if they beat Manchester United in the FA Cup final. Next, our last final halftime report is Wolverhampton Wanderers against Villa. We left it at 1-0. Jackson Cole.
Yeah, Wolves 1, Aston Villa 0 at half-time. A towering header from Totti Gomez is all that separates the two sides at Molineux. The defender shrugged off Jacob Ramsey in the box before heading in Ruben Neves' corner in off the crossbar, giving Villa's goalkeeper Emi Martinez no chance. The away side controlled possession throughout the first half and carved out a few chances too, with Jose Sarr doing brilliantly to parry Emi Buendia's stinging half volley from the edge of the box away. Ollie Watkins cut a bit of an anonymous figure until the 35th minute when Jacob Ramsey found him unmarked in the penalty box with a cross from the left, but Villa's star striker could only head straight at Sarr. Buendia thought he was in on goal in the final moments of the first half, but Craig Dawson did brilliantly to put in a last-ditch tackle just as Buendia was about to pull the trigger. Julen Lopetegui's men had been happy to sit back, but they had a great opportunity to get another goal against the run of play as Mateus Cunha blazed the ball over the bar from the edge of the box after some good work by Diego Costa. But for now, it's only 1 goal that's been scored in this intriguing clash. It's Wolves 1, Aston Villa 0.
Thank you very much, Jackson. Again, we'll come back to you very shortly on any substitutions at half-time. And, of course, as well, to see how Villa are faring after being 1-0 down is a team that you could never underestimate, can you? That team off Unai Emery is different from the team when Steven Gerrard was there, that's for sure. Next, let's go to France Ligue 1. It's Nice against Rennes. It's kicked off there, but a minute or so gone. And we got our deputy reporter, David Doyle. Good afternoon, David. Give us all the team news for your game.
Good afternoon, John. It's a big afternoon for the visitors, Rennes, at the Allianz Riviera as they look to pick up their first away win since March in hopes to move into UEFA Europa Conference League qualification places. Rennes will be looking to replicate their performance last Sunday as they had a comfortable victory over Angers, while Nice, on the other hand, are currently occupying 9th place in the standings with the hopes of European football next season slipping from their grasp. They'll be looking to make a statement today as their poor run of form sees them with only 1 win out of their last 8 meetings. Just regarding team news then, just the one change for the home side Nice today, who were lining out with a 4-3-3 formation. The former Leicester keeper Kasper Schmeichel starts between the sticks. Dante leads the back line alongside Jean-Claire Todibo, who replaces Pablo Rosario. Jordan Latomba and Melvin Baird take up the full-back roles. Aaron Ramsey, Hikam Boudari and Kefren Turam make up the midfield trio behind Baraldin Bunani, Gaetan Labard and the Nigerian striker who's in good form at the moment, Terry Mofi. The visitors' Ren also lead out a 4-3-3 lineup with Steve Mandana starting in goals. The skipper Hamari Traore starts a right back with Warren Omare, Arthur T8 and Jonel Bellosion also on the back line. Benjamin Beauregard, Lovro Majer and Leslie Ojuguku fill the midfield positions, and Armin Guri, Jeremy Doku and Arnoud Calamandueo lead the front line. 0-0 so far just here at the Allianz Riviera. Big game ahead, John.
David, of course, it is a big game for Nice and Rennes in this game. I'm just going to divert you a bit quickly into the situation at PSG. The leaders by 5 points over Marseille. Prediction says that they're going to win the league, but it's been a big news, isn't it, with Messi over the last week? Obviously, probably the biggest name, or with Ronaldo, in the world of football at the moment. But him going to Saudi Arabia, it gave him a fine, isn't it? And then announced that he's leaving PSG. Now, the rumor says that he's been offered $1 billion to play in Saudi Arabia for Al Hilal, who are the arch rivals of Al Nassr, who have Cristiano Ronaldo. What's the news from France on that?
Well, look, clearly you can tell that this is obviously going to be groundbreaking for the world of football if it does go ahead, if Lionel Messi does travel over to Saudi Arabia for Al Hilal. It would certainly make box office views for the last few remaining seasons for both Messi and Ronaldo, with those two going against each other. Of course, there's also the controversy surrounding Neymar with PSG as well at the moment. It remains to be seen. Don't forget as well, we've still got at least 4 weeks left, or 3 or 4 weeks anyway, for PSG, as they still hope to finish with that Ligue 1 campaign on a high. But it still remains to be seen. Will Messi go to Saudi Arabia? Who knows?
Thank you very much, David. We'll come back to you very, very shortly on the updates that happens in the Ligue 1 game between Nice and Rennes, and definitely just give us an insight on what's happening with Lionel Messi, the biggest name in the world of football. Well, let's go to Billy Andrews. He's got so many big names at Chelsea, Billy. Has anyone left or been substituted at half-time?
No substitutes at half-time from Frank Lampard. So Noni Madueke's brushed off that knee injury and is okay to carry on so far in the second half. Bournemouth have just won an early corner in the second half, so I'll keep you updated on how that goes. But no changes from Gary O'Neill either. So as we were at half-time break, 7 minutes on, still 1-0 at the Vitality.
Billy, I was just speaking with David about a situation with PSG and Lionel Messi and the massive offer, isn't it? It's too good of an offer, isn't it, for Lionel Messi to go to Saudi Arabia? But I mean, one of the teams that you're watching, like Chelsea, surely with the money they've spent and the money that they have, they might try to tempt it to come to the Premier League, maybe?
Potentially,
Well, maybe.
you would like to think that maybe Pep Guardiola, a reunion at Man City, we almost saw it before he went to PSG, but who knows? It depends whether he's interested in a payday or whether he's interested in trying something new and trying to win another league.
No, absolutely. Thank you very much, Billy. Well, let's go to Richard Bond, and it's Manchester City 2, Leeds 0. Now, is there been any substitutions at that game, as we were expecting? And also, as Billy said, that love, isn't it, between Pep Guardiola and Lionel Messi. Can we see Messi at Manchester City?
Well, that would be an interesting one. You know, you think, how can you make Manchester City any better? And sure, Lionel Messi would. He's such a great player and would add to any side. So if he was available and Pep could potentially get on his hands on Messi to come to the Premier League, I'm sure he would show some interest. But City, they've started this second half with the ball, as you'd expect, no changes for either sides. We're 3 minutes into the second half, it's still 2-0. We have had one opportunity, though. It was a nice little ball in from a free kick, came into the box, played from Gundogan. In came Haaland then. Ball was played across from the left-hand side. I think it was reverted back in from Foden. Haaland's coming with a header and it's smashed against the crossbar. So Leeds living dangerously in these early stages. City well ahead at the moment, though, 2-0. And looking the better of the two sides. So, 48 minutes gone. It's Manchester City 2, Leeds United 0.
Without due respect to Leeds United, Richard, I'm surely Haaland was thinking we're 2-0 up and I haven't scored a goal yet. Surely it's just a matter of time, and I'm sure he wants to score a goal before he gets substituted, if so.
Yes, definitely, and that's a sign for Leeds that he's up for the second half. You know, he got into the right position. Really, he didn't really do too much wrong with a header. Unfortunately, the woodwork seems to have clout with his day today. But yeah, he missed a couple of chances in the first half. But it's Erling Haaland. He's going to score, and he's 35 goals already in the league this season. Is it going to be another one in the second half? I'm not sure. But like you say, he's probably got about 10, 15 minutes to get one if he's going to get one today, because I think he probably would be the one of the players saved if City do get another goal in this game to wrap things up. But yeah, Manchester City 2, Leeds 0, 49 minutes gone.
Let's just give you the latest updates from the German Bundesliga. About 10 minutes, and all the 5 games that are happening at the moment is Augsburg 1, Union Berlin 0, Borussia Mönchengladbach 1, Bochum 0, Hertha Berlin 2, Stuttgart 1, Hoffenheim 3, Eintracht Frankfurt 1, and probably the biggest game so far in the afternoon is Freiburg 0, Leipzig 1, and that would move Leipzig to third with 57 points, only 4 points behind Borussia Dortmund. So I won't rule them out. And Freiburg, they go down to fifth with 56 points. So it's a very good win for Leipzig if they manage to hold on. But don't forget, that game is at Freiburg, so anything is possible. But you just cannot underestimate, I can tell you, the goal scorer, in fact. That'd be quite a good thing, isn't it? Let's just give you the goal scorer for that game. The goal scorer is Kevin Campbell for RB Leipzig. So it's been a good season for him as well. I'm sure Billy Andrews will tell us more about him later on. I keep going to Billy Andrews, but he's our Bundesliga expert. So if we speak about Bundesliga, he knows it all inside out. But what he knows about Tottenham Hotspur and Palace is Matt Smith. Matt, about 7 minutes gone into the second half. Are we seeing the same rhythm from Spurs, trying to get more and maybe kill the game, or Palace coming back to the game?
In fact, it's Crystal Palace coming into the game massively. They have really turned up the heat in the first 5 minutes of this second half. They've started brighter. It's a little bit, alarm bells for Tottenham at the moment. Forster has had to punch it clear from a Michael Olise cross, and it was almost on the forehead of Mark Guéhi, and Forster had to force it. It's a good save and a good punch away. Wilfried Zaha's just had an effort clipped over the bar. It almost looked like time had stopped, and everyone was watching this ball thinking, where's it going to go? And it just skimmed the bar and went over. It's 51 minutes played. Tottenham Hotspur 1, Crystal Palace 0, but Palace are looking for an equaliser.
Wilfried Zaha, I mean, we talk about him sometimes and people stop talking about him, and now there's talks about signing possibly a new contract with Palace, £200,000 a week for Palace. I mean, surely he's going to raise some eyebrows for a club like Palace, with all due respect to them, of course. But for a club to pay £200,000, if it's true, you compare to Harry Kane 200,000, probably Harry Kane would turn around and say, on more, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I think so. Wilfried Zaha is 30 years old now. You'd maybe say if he was 26, 27 and you're offering him £200,000, you'd say, okay, fair enough. If you look at that and you go, right, this could be his final contract then. If he's going to stay at Crystal Palace for, let's say, 2 or 3 more years, you'd like to think that's him staying and remaining loyal to the club. You'd maybe look and think, well, okay, well, if Zaha is earning £200,000 a week, surely they can, Palace were looking, sell him, maybe trying to get a bit of money for him and use that wage bill, use that money they get for Zaha to go, and build the team in other ways.
I mean, it didn't work out for him, didn't it, when he went to Manchester United? And it could be different elements because it didn't work out quite a few players, didn't he, at the time? And I mean, on the performance that he is now, do you think Erik ten Hag might be tempted to give him another go?
Well, I think that ship may have sailed. I think a lot of people are questioning his attitude and his sort of aggressiveness on the pitch. I understand that you want a player to be really aggressive and you want a player to almost want the ball all the time and get frustrated when things go wrong. Of course, it shows that a player cares, but some of the attitude we see of Zaha, he wants to almost come up to people's chests all the time and try and square them up all the time. That's the only problem. I think he needs a little bit of mentality work, but you normally look at that and you say, oh, that's a young player. But like I said, he's 30 years old. It's a little bit of a sort of walking yellow card, walking red card in Wilfried Zaha. He's a dangerous player, but he's dangerous in other aspects as well.
Thank you very much, Matt Smith, who's watching Spurs Palace. We've still got 35 minutes to go at that game, and Harry Kane, who else has scored the goal for Tottenham. It's still 0-0 between Nice and Rennes. just going to give you a bit of flavour of what's happening coming tomorrow. Tomorrow is Newcastle against Arsenal in the first half of the show, and then West Ham against Manchester United. West Ham, they're trying to cement their position in the Premier League. Manchester United, well, I mean, it'd be interesting, isn't it? I mean, Arsenal, if they lose, don't know. Is that giving, not officially, but I mean, giving the title already to Man City? I know so many people talking and commenting saying Manchester City already won the league. And at the end of the day, while their games are happening, then we'll leave it till then. Now, let's go to Wolverhampton Wanderers. I haven't heard from Jackson Cole for a while. I do love Jackson Cole's voice, very affirmative. But can he tell us, I mean, how Ollie Watkins doing, and does he deserve a new contract at Villa? Talking about the contracts of Harry Kane and Wilfried Zaha at their respective clubs.
Well, thank you very much for the compliment on my voice, John. But yeah, we do digress very slightly indeed. I think Ollie Watkins this season has been very, very good. He's got 15 goals so far. He's been Aston Villa's main man. I mean, if he's kept Danny Ings out of the team, who is a very competent Premier League striker. In fact, he had to move to West Ham to get some game time. But so far, Ollie Watkins hasn't been his usual clinical self. He had that really good chance just before halftime, but he headed it straight at the Wolves goalkeeper, Jose Sarr. In terms of chances in the second half, there's only been one, and it's fallen to the home side. It was Diego Costa, once of Chelsea, of course. He forced Emi Martinez into a very, very good save about 2 minutes into this second half. There's only been one change at halftime. Bertrand Traore, who was the one change from Villa's last match, he's come off, and Leon Bailey, who's returning from a hamstring injury, has come on. It just wasn't really working for Bertrand Traore. So Villa will be hoping that Bailey can make an immediate impact, although he's not made much of an impact yet because it's still Wolves 1, Aston Villa 0.
I mean, you look at possessions, Jackson, it's 62% for Villa, 38% for Wolves. I mean, yes, possession doesn't win you games. It's goals that's winning you games. But sure, Emery will be happy that at least his players are trying on the pitch, haven't they?
Yeah, they've knocked the ball around pretty well, and they've opened Wolves up a little bit. There's not been an absolutely massive chance where you thought, oh, they really should have scored that. But the Emi Buendia chance in the first half, when it was very well saved by Jose Sarr, it did go through a crowd. But Wolves, they've been nice and compact. They've sat back, and then they've made it count ultimately. Totti with that goal after 10 minutes, and well, they actually should have had a second in stoppage time of halftime. Mateus Cunha blazing the ball over. But yeah, I think the difference is Wolves have been the more clinical team. That's why they're winning at the moment.
Thank you very much, Jackson Cole, reporting on Wolverhampton Wanderers and Aston Villa. I would just like to comment, though, that all our reporters are affirmative. They've got great voices. So just to let you know, it's not just Jackson Cole, it's all of them. Trust me, all of them. Now, let's go to another affirmative reporter, Richard Bond, who's watching Manchester City against Leeds United. It looks like it's 3 points, isn't it, for Manchester City? But have we seen the substitutions that we are predicting for Man City to get ready for the Real Madrid game?
Well, we've seen one sub for City. It's still 2-0 here, and it's not the one you would think we were thinking, but Kyle Walker's come on for Nathan Ake at the back, so they've made one change. Leeds have just responded now just to make two subs when coming close to the hour mark. So we've seen Greenwood and Rodrigo coming on for them to try and give them some sort of lift, because they've offered nothing in the second half so far. It's been all City one-way traffic. We've had a really good chance for Haaland again, and it was a nice little bit of interplay in the midfield between Alvarez and Foden before Alvarez put in a lovely little chipped across the ball into the edge of the penalty area, and Haaland goes up for a header, but he heads straight into the keeper's arms. It's not really been his day today, but it doesn't need to be at the moment for City. They're coasting 2-0, and something needs really to change for Leeds to get back into this one. For City, yeah, expect more changes now in the next couple of minutes. And thanks about the voice. Manchester City 2, Leeds United 0.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say about Leeds United. I mean, they were more or less so many Leeds fans probably were expecting to lose, weren't they?
Yeah, it's really difficult, really, as such. They come into the game expecting to lose the game, but you'd expect to see a bit more of a response than they've given since they've gone behind. I found really as such that they've had 2 touches in the Man City penalty area. It's really just not good enough at this kind of level, really, if they're trying to fight against relegation. But at the same time, I touched upon the fact of goal difference is going to be key at the end of the season. At the moment now that it's been reduced down to 6, so if they can keep that at the same sort of level, really, they're definitely going to stay outside of the zone ahead of Nottingham Forest tonight. But you're looking into the next couple of games, those goals could be crucial. But for the moment, though, City's still coasting and looking for a third. It's Manchester City 2, Leeds United 0 with an hour on the clock.
Thank you very much. And an hour on the clock as well at Bournemouth against Chelsea. Still 1-0, Billy Andrews. How long Frank Lampard have to wait for his first win as a Chelsea manager for the second time round?
Well, if this game is anything to go off, it could possibly come today, but they're starting to look very disjointed, Chelsea. It's been mostly Chelsea. I will say that. Noni Madueke again causing problems down that right-hand side for Chelsea, but Kai Havertz is looking a bit sluggish. Kante's got to be careful because he's already been booked. He's flown into a couple of late challenges. Chalobah's trying to work and push his way up the pitch, but Bournemouth had just a fantastic chance. It was Ryan Christie again. It was lovely work from Wataru on the left-hand side. He found Ryan Christie, cut inside Trevor Chalobah and hit a left-footed shot just wide of the left-hand post for Chelsea. So they're coming back into it, Bournemouth, but it has been all Chelsea so far in this first half, and there's been the first change of the afternoon for Bournemouth. Gary Neal's taken off Joe Rothwell and brought on Lewis Cook. So half an hour remaining at the Vitality. It's Bournemouth 1, Chelsea 1.
Yeah, let's just have a quick recap of the games so far. Half an hour to go in 4 of the Premier League games. As you heard from Billy Andrews, is Bournemouth 1, Chelsea 1, Tottenham 1, Palace 0, Man City 2, Leeds 0, and Wolverhampton Wanderers 1, Aston Villa 0. This is Football Live.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM.
Liverpool 7, Manchester United 0. This is just incredible. The wheels have just fallen off the wagon.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brila FM with Football Live.
Oh, my word. It's an absolute massive goal for Arsenal's title hopes. Yeah.
Wow. Just wow.
Today's show is powered by Hollandia and Chivita. Chelsea take on Nottingham Forest, and Leeds United up against Newcastle United in the Premier League. Next Saturday from 1 o'clock with Barry Swain. Covered exclusively right here on Brila FM by Football Live. You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM.
Our partners at NairaBet are back with another special offer. Get 500 Naira free every time a Nigerian player scores.
Victor Osimhen!
With 28 league goals combined this season, how many will Osimhen, Iheanacho, Ndidi and Iwobi net you? When they score, so do you. To qualify, head over to NairaBet and make sure you include the following games in your ACCA. Napoli versus Fiorentina, Brighton versus Everton, Fulham versus Leicester. Visit www.nairabet.com/bonus for more details. ACCA must be placed by midnight tonight. Minimum stake required is 500 Naira. 18 plus only. Please gamble responsibly.
Quick reminder that Football Live, the wrap-up show, will be exclusively broadcast this coming Monday on Brila FM. Looking back on all the action in the Premier League and the major leagues around Europe, hearing from the players, hearing from the managers, and looking at who's going up, who's coming down, and who will be playing in the Champions League maybe next season. That's all on the wrap-up show. This coming Monday, exclusive to Brila FM with Football Live.
You are listening to Football Live on Breela FM, powered by NairaBet, with John Kane.
Yes, the scores hasn't changed since we left a few minutes ago, and still Tottenham 1, Palace 0, Wolves 1, Aston Villa 0, and Bournemouth 1, Chelsea 1. But let's go to Richard Bond, who's watching Manchester City against Leeds United, and the Haaland has just came close for the home side, hasn't he?
Yeah, it could have been game, set, and match for City there if Haaland had scored a second ago. And what a chance it was. Rico Lewis found Haaland from 25 yards up, played a delightful ball through to the edge of the air. And Haaland, exquisite touch to turn the defender, put onto his right foot. And he's just hit his shot straight against the post of the bottom of the right-hand post. Keeper beaten, just wouldn't go in for him. It's just not his day today. At the moment, though, it's Manchester City still very much on top with 25 minutes to go here. It's Manchester City 2, Leeds United 0.
Thank you very much, Richard Bond. Let's go to Matt Smith. We haven't heard for a goal for a while, since half-time, in fact. Matt, and Spurs are still leading by a goal to 0. Last time we spoke to you, Palace were coming back into the game. Is that still the case?
It's not. Tottenham are having a very good spell in the past sort of 10 minutes. The last time you spoke to me, Tottenham have really turned the key in a way. One man, Richarlison, I forgot he was on the pitch for a long time. That was, not a good 60 minutes that have gone by for the Brazilian. He's sort of faded away. He's almost like the grey man, just sort of sitting back and letting his teammates do the hard work. Just before you came to me, Jeffrey Schlupp got a yellow card as the first booking of the game. He was very aggressive for the 10 seconds, 2 or 3 tackles in a row. The last one was quite late on Oliver Skip, and the referee, Darren England, had no choice but to show him the yellow card. Heung-min Son has done incredible work, both attacking and defensive work. It's been superb. Pedro Porro has been, pelting shots at Sam Johnston. He's hit a zinger of a shot about 2 minutes ago, and the Crystal Palace goalkeeper Sam Johnston has forced to tip a good save over the bar. Spurs are really looking for number 2, and it won't be a matter of time until they get number 2. It's Tottenham Hotspur 1, Crystal Palace 0.
It's still Wolves 1, Villa 0, Jackson Cole, but Ollie Watkins came close for, has he been booked? He's been booked, hasn't he?
Yeah, Ollie Watkins has been booked, so he's got to be careful for the rest of the match. But Villa had a very good chance. It fell to Ashley Young. It was a very well-worked corner kick routine, and the ball eventually got to Ashley Young on the edge of the box, but his shot fizzed just wide of the Wolves goal. And that was actually one of his final acts of this match, because he was replaced by the returning Diego Carlos, who sustained an injury right at the start of the season. Villa forked out a lot of money for him. So just imagine where they'd be if they had Diego Carlos at their disposal for the whole of the season. But yeah, about midway through the second half, and it is still 1-0 to Wolves.
Thank you very much, Jackson. We'll be going again through our reporters very, very shortly. And as you're aware, Man City are leading by 2-0 against Leeds. Put Arsenal second and pushed them further down from that first. But Mikel Arteta had a fantastic season. He done a brilliant job at Arsenal, and they're playing away to Newcastle tomorrow. And whatever happens, Mikel Arteta, he's been praising his captain, and I think everyone would know, not just Arsenal players, but football fans in general, the influence of Martin Odegaard that had on the Arsenal side when he was on loan and on when he came on permanent basis. And this is what Mikel Arteta said about his captain.
That's what we had to get out of him. He's got the talent, but he needs to occupy different spaces and become a threat, and to have a mentality to win matches, not just to control games. And I think that's changed. And when you have someone that is as humble as him and has to have every single day pushing you to learn and improve and train, good things happen. And I think he gets rewarded for his work.
You can see the admiration that Mikel Arteta has for his player, and it just makes you wonder, doesn't it? It makes you wonder how Real Madrid let him go. I still remember he was, I think, the 15, 16-year-old who came in with high potentials, and he just didn't really show up at Real Madrid, and then gave him away in a way to Arsenal. And I think probably he would have been the best replacement for Toni Kroos at Madrid game. But that's me thinking. Madrid and Carlo Ancelotti had different views, and of course, someone with the caliber of Martin Odegaard, for how long you can keep him on the bench without playing him, he definitely found his niche at Arsenal, and he's doing a good job. I tell you, one manager hasn't found his niche yet. Is actually Frank Lampard. VAR for a penalty, Billy Andrews. Was that for Bournemouth by any chance?
It would have been a penalty to Bournemouth. It was a fantastic tackle by Thiago Silva, in all honesty. I don't know why VAR had a look. It was fantastically timed from the veteran, but it was Dominic Solanke in against his old club. But Thiago Silva, he might not be as quick as he once was, but he still has that defensive nous. But the corner was an absolute mess from a Chelsea standpoint. It was bouncing around like a pinball machine. They eventually managed to clear it. And the resulting corner, the second corner, came to nothing for Bournemouth. But midway through the second half, Bournemouth have suddenly woken up, and Kante and Mudryk have gone off for Chelsea to be replaced by Ruben Loftus-Cheek and Raheem Sterling. But since those changes have been made, Bournemouth have come to life. So 20 minutes to go at the Vitality. It's still Bournemouth 1, Chelsea 1.
I mean, I've noted against Arsenal, Billy, when Hakim Ziyech came on the pitch for Chelsea, he got a bit of a life for the team, hasn't he, in the last 10-15 minutes. Are you surprised that he's not even come on yet or even started the game? You know, he does bring on something to the team.
Well, that's the thing. Mudryk gave a bit of life at the Emirates on Tuesday, and he started the game on the left-hand side for Chelsea. I think it's more of a case of, where does Hakim Ziyech play? Does he play him at a 10? In which case Frank Lampard would have to change his formation. Does he play him on the right? In which case he has to not play Noni Madueke, who has been Chelsea's best player this afternoon as well as on Tuesday night. So it's a difficult one. It's a nice problem to have, but he's very inconsistent. And another chance for Bournemouth as Vignette got inside the box and tried to beat Kepa. But he was equal to this effort this time, but it's at the expense of another corner to Bournemouth. So Bournemouth building and growing in this game. Let's see how this game finishes with just under 20 minutes to go. Still 1-1.
Let's go to Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, because there's been a yellow card for Palace, Matt Smith. When yellow cards start coming in, it sort of restricts the players, doesn't it? Especially when they're playing away from home.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a yellow card for right back for Palace, Joel Ward. Ben Davies has bombed down the sort of left side of the pitch, and he's bombing down the left wing. And I'll be honest with you, it's a tackle that had to be made by Joel Ward. You know, if he didn't make the tackle, it would have been almost a goal-scoring opportunity, or a perfect crossing opportunity. Anyway, he's brought him down. It's a late one, and you know the Tottenham players have been furious that it's obviously a bit of a reckless challenge, but it's a yellow card for Joe Ward. Tottenham Hotspur are in control of this game now. They really are. We're on the 70-minute mark, and now they seem to be, oozing a little bit more confidence. They're playing those sort of intricate passes in and around the final third. They're really coming forward with the ball and playing a sort of style of football that we know and that we love Tottenham to play. 70 minutes played, though. It's Tottenham Hotspur 1, Crystal Palace 0.
Let's just step away a bit from the games that are happening now. Of course, if there's any goals, I'll be letting you know straight away. But midweek, there's a big game, wasn't it, between Brighton, Hove Albion against Manchester United. And it's sort of like a revenge, isn't it, from Brighton, because they won the game, a penalty in injury time, and literally in the 5th minute of injury time, they converted that, and they came on with 3 points. And it's a bit of revenge for their loss to Manchester United in the semi-final of the FA Cup. But for the job that De Zerbi is doing, he's been magnificent at Brighton. People thought maybe he would not succeed after the departure of Graham Potter. Was that Graham Potter's team? Maybe it was, but I can tell you what, De Zerbi was very happy for after that win against Manchester United.
We deserve to win in semi-final, and if you play better, if you play well, can happen one time say you can lose, but at the end you win. I think so, and my experience in football say like this.
That's his experience on football. I can tell you, Luke Shaw's experience it's a bit different because he's the one who conceded the penalty, literally deep into injury time. And I'm sure everyone has seen it, and people have different kind of views of whether it should be given or not. Well, I think it's all, as we've seen from VAR, that so many decisions has gone right, some decisions has gone wrong, and people got their wrong assumptions. And the ball hit Luke Shaw's hands, or arm, shall we say, and he wasn't happy. And you can't really, and you can see from his point of view why. But at the end of the day, VAR gave his decision. Here's Luke Shaw on what he thinks on that decision of the penalty.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it hurts a lot. Last minute, last action, really, I think I got a little nudge, but of course the hand shouldn't be there. And of course I own up to it. I take it on the chin. It cost us the game. And even before the corner, the free kick that was given away before that was never a foul. I'm not looking for excuses for of course, what I'd done, but there's no way that should have been given a foul that led to the corner before. So, I'm not accusing the ref of anything, but I think, for me, it wasn't a foul before. But like I said, hands up.
He definitely put his hands up, didn't he? And he actually, his hands that gave the penalty. But fair play to the player. He admitted his mistake and he took it on the chin and he moves on. And now someone else might be moving on. It's Frank Lampard, Billy Andrews. Substitutions happening and injury to Chilwell. It's not looking great at the moment, isn't it?
No, it's not looking great for Ben Chilwell. He just sort of pulled up out of nowhere. He made a lovely run down the left-hand side to put the ball into the Bournemouth box for Raheem Sterling, and Neto was there ahead of the England international. And then walking back, just sat down and walked off. So Frank Lampard has made 2 changes now. So he's brought on Cesar Azpilicueta for the injured Ben Chilwell. Of course, Marc Cucurella is also nursing a thigh injury, and it's almost like you're a sidekick, John. He's taken off Noni Madueke, and he's been replaced by Hakim Ziyech for the final 15 minutes plus injury time. So let's see if the Moroccan can inject some life like he did at the Emirates, but just over 15 minutes gone. Frank Lampard's running out of time, and some would say running out of ideas, but it's 1-1 at the Vitality.
I think one manager who's probably not running out of ideas, as we've seen so far this season, is Unai Emery, Jackson Cole. They might be 1-0 down, but they're keeping a bit of the pressure, aren't they, on the home side?
They certainly are. There have been 2 huge chances since he last came to me. 1-3 beside. The first one came to Wolves. It was Hwang Hee-chan just seconds after he came on as a substitute. As a ball fired in from the left by Pedro Neto, and Hwang, he couldn't quite sort his feet out. If he managed to do it, it would have been a certain goal. He was unlucky there, the South Korean, but then a couple of minutes later, Tyrone Mings, he was not unlucky in the slightest. He should have equalised for Aston Villa. It was a ball clipped in by Douglas Luiz, and there was Mings unmarked 6 yards away from goal. He volleyed the ball over the bar. I mean, there's a reason why Tyrone Mings has only scored 1 goal this season. I am starting to see a bit of frustration creeping into Villa's game. Douglas Luiz just now has been booked for a pretty petulant trip on Hwang Hee-chan in this second half. But yeah, 76 minutes on the clock, and it is still Wolves 1, Aston Villa 0.
Next, let's go to Tottenham. Tottenham are leading Palace by a goal to 0. Matt Smith. It's been a yellow card in the substitution since I last spoke to you, isn't it, for Crystal Palace? But I think if anyone can turn things around in the world of football, especially in the Premier League, would be Roy Hodgson, and you could never underestimate Crystal Palace till the last minute.
No, you're right. You can't underestimate Palace. Roy Hodgson's got 13 points out of a possible 18 since they appointed him. So you look at those stats and you think, right, we're still not game over here. 77, 78 minutes played here. The game isn't over. Spurs can't sit back and go, yeah, that's an easy win for us. They need to extend their lead, and they're knocking on the door, but it's nothing convincing. Longlay's just had a header. Will just go wide of the goal. So, half chances here and there. Will Hughes has come on for Crystal Palace for Jeffrey Schlupp, who we know is on a yellow card. So that's maybe a little bit of game management from Roy Hodgson just to keep him for next week. And a yellow card for Jordan Ayew as well. He's pulled Pedro Porro down. A bit of retaliation. You can see a little bit of frustration in the Palace players. And I think they don't get something from this game. They'll be a little bit peeved off, a little bit angry, a little bit furious in a way. They've worked extremely hard. Tottenham have maybe had more possession of the ball, but Palace have been in there. It's still Tottenham Hotspur 1, Crystal Palace 0 after 78 minutes.
Yes, it's Tottenham 1, Crystal Palace 0, and this is Football Live.
The latest big match odds with NairaBet.
Yes, the latest odds with NairaBet. Of course, all these odds are subject to change. As we mentioned, there's 4 games happening in the Premier League, and all of a sudden the screen has frozen on me, but I'll guarantee you I'll get it back to you as quickly as possible. Man City is suspended due for them winning by 2-0. 29-1 for a draw and 101.0 for Leeds win. Bournemouth Chelsea, 10 minutes to go. Bournemouth are 7.50 for the win. The draw is 1.62, and the away win for Chelsea is 3.40. Wolves, Aston Villa, we've heard from Jackson Cole. Villa are really coming back to it. We fancy Villa coming back. They're 21.0 for the win. The draw is 4.75, and the Wolves' home win is 1.29. And finally, Spurs are 1.13 for the win. It's just gone up to 7.50 for the draw and 51.0 for a Palace away win. Of course, we also keep an eye on League 7 minutes gone. Still 0-0 between Nice and Rennes. It's 3.20 for a Nice win. A draw is 2.70. And finally, Rennes 2.88 for an away win. Of course, all these prices are all subject to change. Now, let's go to Billy Andrews, because it's not a rare Bournemouth chance, Billy Andrews, but we will be expecting more from Chelsea than Bournemouth in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, we would be expecting more from Chelsea, and you did say that Hakim Ziyech brought a bit of life to Chelsea on Tuesday. He almost had an instant impact. Lewis Cook in his own box dallied on the ball, stolen off him by Ziyech. He passed it to Kai Havertz, but Kai Havertz just headed it straight over the bar. And Bournemouth, and again, Dominic Solanke causing all sorts of problems. Won a corner off of Trevor Chalobah. The corner was whipped in, headed on by Solanke to Otara, and Otara's header agonisingly just over the crossbar. So Kante's gone off. All defensive stability seems to have gone from Chelsea's midfield, but Hakim Ziyech has added a bit of life up front. I think we could be in for a rather interesting and entertaining last 9 minutes of this game, but it's still at the Vitality. Bournemouth won, Chelsea won.
I think we all agree that Frank Lampard's not doing a good job. Billy. I'll come back to you very shortly, in fact. Just go quick score lines. It's Tottenham 1, Palace 0, Manchester City 2, Leeds 0, Wolves 1, Villa 0. I can tell you, as we came back from Billy Andrews, there's been a goal.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And that goal came at Bournemouth. It was Bournemouth 1, Chelsea 2. And all these substitutions, it's gone to VAR, in fact, but it's been a second goal for Chelsea. And we can back give you the goal scorer very, very shortly. In fact, the goal has been given. So here's Bournemouth 1, Chelsea 2. We'll be going to Billy Andrews very, very shortly on the news of that goal. And it's Benoit Badiashile who scored for Chelsea. So it's Bournemouth 1, Chelsea 2. And could this be the lifeline for Frank Lampard that has been waiting for? While we're waiting for Billy Andrews, let's go to Richard Bond, because Richard is still 2-0 up, but we've got to be expected to more goals.
Yes, well, Manchester City clearly very much on top, but the second half, they just can't really find the keys to. They're clearly winning the game clearly at the moment now, and lots of possession, but just no end product. Leeds have been poor in the second half. The game's become a bit more of a testimonial at times. You could say men versus boys. Yeah, at the moment though, not much to report on really as such. 82 minutes gone. Manchester City 2, Leeds United 0.
Let's go to Bournemouth. Bournemouth 1, Chelsea 2. Billy Andrews, the lifeline that Frank Lampard have been looking for, maybe coming true today.
Yeah, it could finally be coming for Frank Lampard. And it was a free kick, a bit of a harsh free kick. So the Bournemouth defender slipped and was penalised for handball. He fell on the ball. And the referee, John Brooks, gave a free kick to Chelsea. It was whipped in, a fantastic, dangerous delivery into the Bournemouth box. And it was Benoit Badiashile, the French defender, brought in today brought in from Monaco in January. We've got the final touch. VAR did just check for offside, but he was being played on. So we've got less than 10 minutes to go at the Vitality. Bournemouth 1, Chelsea 2. Frank Lampard could be on course for his first win, and it could be a vital win for Chelsea's survival hopes this season.
Absolutely. I mean, he's got about 6 minutes to keep that lead and get the 3 points that they need. I can tell you there's been a goal at the Etihad.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
Now, literally a minute ago, I was just going to say Manchester City had a penalty. It was missed. And then Leeds on the counter has scored a goal. The lifeline. They're not making it easy on Manchester City. We'll be going to Richard Bond very, very shortly on the news of the penalty that has been missed or saved. And also on the goal from Leeds. And I can tell you the goal scorer is Rodrigo for Leeds United. That lifeline that Leeds wanted. Well, can Sam Allardyce do it? Can he actually derail Manchester City's season and just turn it to the better for Leeds United? We'll be going to Richard Bond now.
Well, incredible stuff here at the Etihad, and it's Manchester City 2, Leeds United 1. We've gone from one extreme to the other. Really, Manchester City had a penalty at one end, with Gundogan had a great chance to put the game to bed completely. Would have made it 3-0. His penalty hit the right-hand post, bounced off clear. Moments later, Leeds had gone up the other end. A hopeful punt really forward. Found, I think it was one of the midfield players just to nod down the ball. It was incoming then to. An incoming ball then to Rodrigo, then who outmuscled Akanji. He forced his way through and he's just put into the back of the net. Incredible stuff here, and we're in for a cracking 5 minutes now. Leeds not been in the game at all. 5 minutes to play now, right back in it. Manchester City 2, Leeds United 1.
And as we're talking about Leeds goals, been another goal at Bournemouth.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
Right, we just came back from Billy Andrews, who actually said that Chelsea could hang on to that lead. Well, they scored a third, and it's Felix. Joao Felix, the on loan from Atletico Madrid. It looks like he cemented the 3 points for Chelsea. It's Bournemouth 1, Chelsea 3, 87 gone, and 3 minutes plus injury time for Frank Lampard to celebrate that win that he really needs. Not just for Chelsea, but for himself as well. The player is a legend. He was a legend as a player, and he wants the fans to remember him as a legend, as a manager. It's not working out that well, but if he's a turnaround today, then that's what the fans will be hoping for. It's Bournemouth 1, Chelsea 3. Billy Andrews, Felix is the man, isn't he?
Yeah, that's right. And he's not been in the team, Joao Felix, for the last few games, but it was another substitute. Raheem Sterling that created the goal. A lovely, amazing run down the left-hand side for Chelsea. Cut inside and played it just to the right-hand side of the box. And Joao Felix was there with his first touch since coming on. He's only just come onto the pitch. Inside Neto's near right-hand side post. And on the south coast, it's 3 goals for Chelsea. It's 3 points surely for Chelsea. A first win back at Chelsea for Frank Lampard. It's Bournemouth 1, Chelsea 3.
Yes, it's Bournemouth 1, Chelsea. Let's have a quick recap on the scores down so far. It's Wolverhampton Wanderers 1, Aston Villa 0, as you just heard from Billy Andrews. It's Bournemouth 1, Chelsea 3. It's Manchester City 2, Leeds 1. That's going to be really, really edgy for both clubs. And I'm sure Arsenal fans are watching this, listening to this, and hoping for a Leeds draw. However, the North London rivals are still leading Palace by a goal to nil, Matt Smith. Less than a minute to go till full time. The Spurs hanging on.
They absolutely are, John. It's a case of hanging on. Crystal Palace, they're starting to press far more. They're throwing more men forward. They're putting those Tottenham back 4, back 5 under enormous stress and enormous pressure. Just before you come to me there, a few substitutions for both sides. Richarlison has been hauled off, and that's a terrible, terrible performance. He deserves to be hauled off. Dejan Kulusevski's on. Jordan Ayew, another booked player for Crystal Palace, has come off, and odds on Edouard, attacking move. Fresh legs up top there. That might do the trick for Roy Hodgson in the final minutes. Eric Dyer has come on for Clement Longley, and Heung-min Son, a bit of an off day for him, and Arnaut Danjuma is on for Spurs. We're in the 88th minute mark now. Tottenham Hotspur 1, Crystal Palace 0, but Tottenham are holding on.
Tottenham are holding on, as well as Wolverhampton Wanderers. They're another club. They're leading by a goal to them. Just gone to injury time, in fact. But Jackson Cole, when you actually look at the stats, again, 62-38 for Aston Villa. Lopetegui will be happy because it's the scoreline that counts, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and it's testament to the way Wolves have defended as a unit that they're still winning this game. They've worked really, really well as a team to keep Aston Villa out. The only real time in the second half Wolves were opened up properly was when Tyrone Mings had that chance. It was from a set piece, but he did not have his shooting boots on as he blazed the ball over the bar on the volley. But I think this has been just how Wolves have played against teams that are better than them. Under Julian Lopetegui. Off the top of my head, they got a very good 3-0 win against Liverpool earlier in the season, and they didn't, well, apart from the opening 10 minutes when they scored 2 goals, they were happy just to let Liverpool pass the ball around and try and break them down and then hit them on the counter, and that is pretty much the approach that Wolves have taken for this match against an in-form Aston Villa side who are aiming for Europe. But yeah, we're in stoppage time now, and it does look like Wolves will be taking all 3 points. It's Wolves 1, Aston Villa 0.
We're playing 3 minutes of injury time for Wolverhampton Wanderers, and Matt Smith has been tons of yellow cards in the last couple of minutes. Seems to be an altercation between players on the pitch.
Yeah, things are getting a little bit nasty, it seems. You're looking at sort of the last 15 minutes. We've been saying that both teams are just sort of hanging on, and there's a little bit, tackles flying left, right, and centre. And we were talking about Wilfried Zaha being a bit of a sort of a menace in terms of the aggressiveness and all that sort of stuff. But it's Wilfried Zaha, Fraser Forster, Joachim Anderson. That they are coming chest to chest and having to get pulled apart. It's a big scuffle. I'm sure the referee will promote. There'll maybe be a VAR check. I'm sure there will be, but we'll have to wait and see. But it's just that sort of lack of discipline a little bit. People getting a little bit angry. We're going into sort of 89th, 90 minute mark now. The people are desperate for points, desperate for a win. So it's craziness. It's a right kickoff here. There's yellow cards getting dished out left, right, and centre. I'll have to keep you up to date with how many were given out. I think it is 8. But goodness me, it's craziness right now. It's still Tottenham Hotspur 1, Crystal Palace 0. We're going into added time.
Yes, it's 5 minutes of added time at Tottenham. I can tell you 8 yellow cards in the game. And let's not forget, it's still a London derby. It's considered a London derby. Both from London, Tottenham and Crystal Palace. Not Tottenham, North London, Crystal Palace, South London, if you want to know your geography. I'm sure you do. But let's go to the northwest. Manchester City 2, Leeds 1. Richard Bond, 4 minutes of stoppage time there. Leeds going to make it difficult for Manchester City and make Arsenal fans cheer.
I think Leeds are going to try and make Arsenal fans happy if they can, but it's Manchester City who are holding on to possession quite well at the moment now, taking no undue risks now, as you can expect, as we're a couple of minutes into 4 minutes of stoppage time. No more chances to note as such. Leeds very, very much improved since the goal. They're having a go, and the crowd have got behind their side. City will be looking for that third goal just to put this one to bed, but it's some nervy moments for Pep Guardiola's side as we close into the end of this match. But yeah, about a minute to go here. Manchester City 2, Leeds United 1.
We're just going to go to Nigeria. I can tell you it's full time at Molineux. It's Wolverhampton Wanderers 1, Aston Villa 0. So Unai Emery could not carry on with the wins that he's been having. Fantastic form of Villa, but they stumbled to Julian Lopetegui's team. Still playing, as you heard from Richard Bond, Manchester City 2, Leeds United 1. Still playing at Tottenham 1-0 against Palace, and they're still playing at Bournemouth. Bournemouth 1, Chelsea 3. 4 minutes. We're playing in the third minute, and it looks like it's 3 points for Frank Lampard. But now let's head you over to Femi and the team in Nigeria to give you all the news on the Nigerian players around the globe and go through your comments and interactions on social media. And we'll be back here very shortly for all the full-time reports. Femi, hello again. Chelsea, 3 points.
You are listening to Football Live on Breela FM, powered by NairaBet, with John Kane.
Yes, welcome back, and thank you for your comments. And I can see quite a lot of Chelsea fans happy with the scoreline. Is finished full-time. Bournemouth 1, Chelsea 3. Let's go straight to Billy Anders for a full-time report on that game, Billy. Chelsea, they're going to be mid-table, aren't they, by the looks of it? But it's a very important point, 3 points for Frank Lampard.
Yeah, the winning feeling back in that Chelsea dressing room. They got off to a perfect start after 9 minutes when Conor Gallagher made a Lampard-esque late run into the Bournemouth box to head in a N'Golo Kante cross. Lovely, diverted it into the opposite corner. Neto had absolutely no chance. And speaking of keepers with no chance, Matthias Viña looped one over the top of Kepa from just inside the Chelsea box after 21 minutes. Kissed the inside of the right-hand post on its way in. An absolute screamer from the Bournemouth man. And after that, it was pretty much Chelsea all the way. Noni Madueke had a lot of pressure, but just couldn't find that killer blow. He had a couple of shots saved by Neto. But after 82 minutes, Chelsea were awarded, let's be honest, a pretty soft free kick. Ryan Christie falling on the ball and deemed to have handled it. So Chelsea had a free kick. And it was a lovely, wicked delivery into the box to be touched in by Benoit Badiashile, the young French defender, after 82 minutes. And 4 minutes later, some subs combined for Chelsea. Raheem Sterling, a lovely mazy run down the left-hand side. He cut it back to Joao Felix with his first touch since coming on, buried it into the bottom left-hand corner. So some joy for Frank Lampard in his return to Chelsea. Some joy for the travelling fans. It finished at Bournemouth. Bournemouth 1, Chelsea 3.
I mean, Billy, let's be realistic here. Four games to go, 42 points are about, 13, 14 points behind Brighton, who are 7th, which are going to go to the European Conference League next season. So it's not going to be any European football for the Blues. But is that going to affect attracting players? Or Chelsea are big enough to bring on the qualities, regardless if they're in Europe or not?
I think a lot of that would probably depend on the manager. If it's a manager like Pochettino, there are going to be players who want to work with him. It could affect a potential move for the likes of Harry Kane or Victor Osimhen, who, of course, you would expect would want to be playing Champions League football. It's not been a good season for Chelsea. Let's not skirt around that. But they've got to play Man City. They've got to play Manchester United in consecutive games. So, a win here, okay, they're not going to get relegated. I think that was just a bit of fun that everyone enjoyed poking at Chelsea fans. But they could still potentially finish lower than 11th. So it's up to Frank Lampard now to get these players to crack on and try to reset for next season with whoever comes in as manager.
No, absolutely. And I think Frank Lampard knows he's not going to get it full time. I'm sure he tried to impress, didn't he? He did try to impress the board that he's up for the job again. But I think regardless of the win today, he has failed, hasn't he? I'm trying not to be harsh to the man because he's a legend at Chelsea, isn't he? But playing football is different being a manager, and he definitely proved so, didn't he?
Yeah, just because you're an exceptional footballer doesn't necessarily mean you'll be a good manager. I mean, look at Steven Gerrard at Aston Villa. Okay, he won the league with Rangers in Scotland, but what Unai Emery's done with those Villa players is completely different to what Steven Gerrard managed to get out of them. And Frank Lampard was very much the same at Chelsea. He got sacked and Thomas Tuchel came in, and that season they won the Champions League. So there's a level to his management, but someone like Poch would get a lot more out of this set of players. Obviously, they're going to spend more money because Todd Boehly's got it to throw around. So let's see where they go next season. Let's see who they can bring in without any European football at all. But I think, look, they're on holiday now, these Chelsea players. I think the season's done and they just have to try and give the fans something to celebrate at Stamford Bridge.
Absolutely. And just quickly on Bournemouth there, Billy. They lie 14, 39 points, more or less near the mark, isn't it? About 40, 41 to stay up. So more or less, they stayed up. They've done the job, haven't they? Gary O'Neill done a fantastic job, 9 points above relegation zone. He's going to have to be one of the managers of the season, isn't he? Because he actually came on a ship that he was sinking so badly, wasn't it? It was conceding 4s and 5s, and he actually turned them to a team. Yes, they lost today, but in general terms, they play good football. they caused that, brought that resilience in them, and they came across as a really powerful team against the big clubs that we've seen.
Yeah, he's done a fantastic job. I think Bournemouth, they just didn't look up to it today for whatever reason, whether they've played too well in recent weeks, I don't know, but he's done fantastically well. He should be up there for one of the managers of the season. They're going to be in the Premier League next season, and now they've got owners who, like we've seen from the January transfer window and from statements that they've made, are going to back the manager, whoever it is, whether it's Gary O'Neill or whether they decide to bring someone else in, and they're going to bring players in to build the club and get better and better and better.
Absolutely. Billy Andrews, thank you very much. Billy Andrews, our reporter for Bournemouth against Chelsea. Finished Bournemouth 1, Chelsea 3. Next, let's go to the Etihad, a big game. Well, another big game. It was Manchester City 2, Leeds United 1, with a full-time report from Richard Bond.
Yes, it's Manchester City 2, Leeds United 1 here at the Etihad, and double from the outstanding German. Ilkay Gundogan proved to be the difference for the home side, produced a dominant performance really to dampen Sam Allardyce's parade in his first game in charge. City should have really won by a larger margin, with Erling Haaland guilty of missing chances in a rare off day for the Norwegian striker, before Gundogan also spurned a late chance of a hat-trick, missing a penalty to put distance between the sides in the second half. Substitute Rodrigo did score a consolation with 5 minutes to play to make it a really nervy finale, but City really held firm quite comfortably to make it 15 in a row at the Etihad and move 4 points clear at the top of the Premier League table. As for Leeds, they were slow really starting into the game, and they stay firmly within the relegation mix tonight to go, and they're still level on points with Nottingham Forest at the moment. Goal difference separating the two sides. There'll be other days for them. They've got 3 games remaining to fight for their safety, but it's finished here today. Manchester City 2, Leeds United 1.
I mean, let's talk about Manchester City. Manchester City did have that bit scared, didn't it, when Leeds scored that goal later on in the game, and all of a sudden probably got the eyebrows raising from so many Arsenal fans thinking, yes, do it for us, do it for us. It never meant to happen, but it does look like now Manchester City heading to the 3rd title in a row, haven't they?
Yeah, it's going to take some stopping now. It's 4 points now, still a few games to go. Arsenal have to win all their games now. City will, you're going to have to look at what teams they're going to drop points against. They face a similar sort of challenge next time. I think it's Everton they got next. So it's going to be another similar sort of contest. Are they going to be able to break them down? Is they going to, if they get an early goal, are they going to go and score a few? They've got that game in midweek now against Real Madrid to focus on. They will go into that game looking to get an advantage there, but there will be that sort of mentality again on the weekend. Is he going to make changes, Guardiola, or is he going to keep faith with some of the similar players? Haaland, remarkably, really, I was a bit surprised when he played the full 90 minutes today, where people would have expected really perhaps maybe had a rest, but he looked determined in the second half to get a goal. It wasn't his day today, but it was an excellent performance from City, very professional, as they look as if they are going to go on and get that 3rd title in a row.
And speaking about Leeds, Richard, Leeds, Leicester, Forest, all on 30 points. Everton are just below them on 19th with 29. Southampton, bottom with 24. 3 of them have to go down, and at the moment, it doesn't look like Southampton going down. Just a matter of 2 out of the 4, isn't it? Or even out of the 5, if you're bringing West Ham into it. If you're a betting man, who do you think the other 2 will go down with Southampton?
Well, it's a very, very interesting game now we've got on Monday, because we've got Nottingham Forest at home to Southampton. I think, Southampton may actually come back into the mix if we can get a win there, which would be remarkable considering how distant they've been behind. But looking at the game, though, Forest will look to that one now to move out the bottom 3. So that would place Leeds into the bottom 3, fighting with Everton a point behind, and Leicester then, who Everton drew with on Monday. So, these small margins in these games at the moment now, and like I said about goal difference earlier on, is key to an extra point as such. Leicester do have the better of the goal difference out of the 3 teams on the same points. So that could be interesting. But if I was a betting man at the moment now, I think you've seen a little bit of fight from Leeds today. It was a difficult one. I think they got enough really to stay up. So I'm gonna put down Forest and Leicester.
And you're definitely avoiding Everton now, aren't you?
Well, I think Everton might have that little bit of quality with Calvert-Lewin back to fitness now to have the goals to keep them up.
Richard Bond, thank you very much. Yes, it finished at Etihad. Manchester City 2, Leeds 1, and Manchester City missing a penalty in the last few minutes, literally just before Leeds scored. I can tell you who scored. Nice.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
Yes, we're keeping an eye on the French League 51 minutes gone. Nice 1, Rennes 0. David Doyle, we haven't heard from you for a while, but we're coming back to you for a goal for the home side.
That's right. Nice have finally got the breakthrough here. It was Gaëtan Laborde, the winger, who converted a brilliant cross with a low shot that went right into the bottom corner. Brilliant finish. It was one-way traffic in the first half for Rennes. You would say there were two big chances for Rennes, and it was Kasper Schmeichel who actually kept them in that game. But it's finally Nice, the home side, who have made the breakthrough here. 1-0 Nice.
Thank you very much, David. We'll come back to David very, very shortly on hopefully more goals and more updates. Next, we're still going through our full-time report, so let's go to the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Matt Smith was watching Spurs against Crystal Palace.
Yes, it finished at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium 1-0 to Tottenham against Crystal Palace. It was a very cagey first 45 minutes for both. Both sides were hesitant to move forward and throw players forward. Palace were happy to hold on to a 0-0 the whole of the first half. 1 point would have been good to take away from this game. But right before the break, Pedro Porro lofted a beautiful cross into the box. And who else was there to nod it in? Harry Kane, captain fantastic today. Of course it was him. He rose above Joachim Andersen and he nodded it past Sam Johnston down into the ground to put Tottenham 1-0 up. Spurs were on top in the second half, but Crystal Palace yanked up the pressure as much as they possibly could, but it wasn't enough to take anything from the game. It's a big 3 points for Tottenham, and it's a big win for Ryan Mason. It's his first win as acting head coach of Tottenham Hotspur, but it has finished at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Tottenham 1, Crystal Palace 0.
Matt, Tottenham got 3 games left till the end of the season. 57 points, 6 points behind fourth Manchester United, who are on 63. It's all but over, isn't it, for Tottenham getting the top 4? But I think they say they'll be guaranteed European football, though, isn't it, of some sort?
Of some kind, I think, yes. I think, they've got sort of banana peel sort of games, you think about it. They've got Aston Villa, they've got Brentford and Leeds. So, you look at Villa and you look at the Brentford game and you maybe even look at the Leeds game with Sam Allardyce in charge now. You look at those games and you think, right, well, you're going to have to get some points out of there. You cannot come away with, a lack of points in any of those games if you want to play European football. They need to keep the momentum in their final 3 games, and this is it's a good game. They've beaten a good Crystal Palace side that are on the up. Roy Hodgson's got them playing some good football, but Ryan Mason will be happy with that. A 1-0 win. Doesn't matter how you win them. That's 3 points on the board. Brighton and Hove Albion, just below them, they've got 3 games in hand, though. That is the danger that Tottenham have. And in the case of Crystal Palace, we say that the 40-point mark is the sort of safety net. They're not technically safe yet. The teams below them are able to get points here and there. Crystal Palace still have got a job to do.
They have. I mean, just before we touch on Crystal Palace, Matt, just a quick word on Harry Kane. Obviously, he's the main man, is Tottenham. He's Mr. Tottenham at the moment. I think he has been for quite a while, but how long that can last with the uncertainty that goes surrounding the club at the moment and has been over the last few weeks. And you get teams like Pochettino, if he goes to Chelsea, can he go to Chelsea? Your team, Manchester United, been sniffing around him for a very long time, and they seem to me, them and Bayern Munich, maybe favourites to lure him if he decides to go. Would Manchester United be happy to have him there?
Well, it's difficult to say because, I think maybe 2 or 3 years ago, you look at Harry Kane then and you think, right, okay, maybe he's almost at the peak in a way. And he's plateauing at the moment. He's at his top of his game right now. 2 years ago, you'd say, right, definitely someone come in and get him. He stayed at Spurs. He's gone through the rough times, which is, you've got to give him his due. That's fantastic. That's great attitude. He's a leader. And he's done very, very well for Spurs. He's like you say, he is Mr. Tottenham. When you think of clubs that are going to come in for him, I've got a funny feeling that he might have left it a little bit too late in his career. I don't know. He's not the quickest. He's aging a little bit now. He does score goals all the time, of course. Is that enough? Fair enough. Clubs might come in for him. Manchester United, like you say. I think we're looking for something a little bit more energetic than Harry Kane in a way. You're looking at the likes of Victor Osimhen, or you're looking at Dusan Vlahovic for Juventus, something along those lines where there's a little bit more spring in the legs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you mentioned Victor Osimhen, the Super Eagles superstar. He's a superstar, and he's probably be wanted comes the end of the season by all these top clubs. Now, if decided to leave Napoli, that is, of course. Just a quick word on Crystal Palace. Job done, isn't it, from Roy Hodgson, even before the game started today. 40 points. But I think the Eagle fans probably were wondering who's going to come in next season. Any clue on that?
I think it's a difficult one. I think, there's so many ins and outs in this Premier League football. It's crazy how many managers have, football's become, it's just in and out all the time. I think Hodgson would maybe, he's under the impression that he's maybe doing it just to sort of steady the ship, and he has steadied it so far. I think they're all but safe. You have to look at the managers that are out of a job right now, and all those sort of big names, and Nagelsmann and Pochettino, they're all going to be looking at the sort of top, European football. So in a way, they're having to look at those managers in a similar caliber to Hodgson, so they can't jump too high to go and get their managers. That if Hodgson can stay on for an extra year while they're still sorting out their managerial sort of situation, I think Hodgson would be a fine fit. He's done very, very well with the short time that he's had at the club. I think it'd be silly for them to say, "Oh, bye, Roy. Sorry, thanks for your work, but see you later. We'll get someone else in." I think he's done some good work. If it's not broken, surely you don't try to fix it.
No, absolutely. I completely agree with you. The guy's done wonders. I think just the age issue maybe could be an obstacle for Hutchinson, because he did retire, didn't he, last year when he left it for Patrick Vieira. But today, it wasn't their day. They've lost by a goal to nil to Tottenham Hotspur. Thank you very much, Matt Smith. Next, our final full-time report of the 3 p.m. kickoffs comes from Molineux with Jackson Cole, who saw Villa conceding a rare defeat.
Yeah, Wolves 1, Aston Villa 0. A huge result for Wolves in their survival hopes, and you can tell how much it meant at full time with Julian Lopetegui letting out a huge roar as Stuart Atwell blew his whistle for the end of the match. The only goal came on 10 minutes as Totti Gomez rose highest following a Ruben Neves corner to head the ball in off the crossbar. Villa had their fair share of possession but weren't able to convert all that passing to goals, although they came close in the first half when Emi Buendia stung the hands of Jose Sarr with an effort just outside the box. Meanwhile, Ollie Watkins missed a glorious chance just before the break. The second half took a similar pattern as the first half, with Wolves' rock-solid defence sitting back and letting Villa come onto them. And like the first half, Unai Emery's side had two notable opportunities, with Ashley Young firing just wide from the edge of the box, while Tyrone Mings had to score when he found himself unmarked inside the 6-yard box, but he volleyed over the bar. Defeat harms Villa hopes of qualifying for next season's Europa League, but it's jubilant scenes at Molineux, with this result pretty much guaranteeing Wolves' survival. Wolves are now on 40 points, 10 points clear of the relegation zone, and they'll definitely be a top-flight side next season if Everton fail to beat Brighton on Monday and if Nottingham Forest lose to Southampton on Monday. So, at a bouncing Molineux, it's ended Wolves 1, Aston Villa 0.
It's a very, like I said, it's a very rare defeat for Villa. But they're still on 54 points, haven't they? And it's been remarkable. They're only like 1 point behind Brighton. Yes, they play 3 more games more than Brighton, but the 3 points behind Tottenham. And the way Tottenham being so unpredictable, this is a chance maybe to Villa to try to sneak in and take the European spot off them.
Yeah, they certainly have a chance. As you say, they have played 3 more games than Brighton because Brighton got so far in the FA Cup. I'm a big fan of what Unai Emery is doing with Aston Villa, but I'm actually starting to think the European dream might be over for them. As we've mentioned, Brighton have played three fewer games than them, and are 1 point ahead. While I've looked at Villa's remaining games at the end of the season, and they've got Tottenham, Liverpool, and Brighton. So those are all going to be quite tough games for them. So I think maybe 8th is probably going to be the highest they can finish this season. But they've shocked us. They were absolutely nowhere earlier in the season when they're being managed by Steven Gerrard. So maybe they'll surprise me again. But my suspicion is it's now between Tottenham and Brighton for those Europa League spots and Conference League spots.
Absolutely. I mean, a team away from the European spots is Wolverhampton Wanderers. And Wolves today, regardless of the position that they conceded against Villa, Jackson, but they got the 3 points. They reached the 14-point mark, and they left the horrible defeat to Brighton 6-0 away, literally back behind them.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget this time last week they were reeling from that humiliation on the South Coast. And Julian Lopetegui said in his pre-match press conference that he was not worried about the character of his players. And, well, that's just been proven right. They've beaten a team that is better than them, claimed a vital 3 points, and that should be enough to keep them in the Premier League next season. I think in this game, they just went back to basics, just learned to defend first, and then think about getting a goal on the counter and look to just sort of pinch a chance here and there. And it's a game plan that's worked fantastically for them this afternoon. And Lopetegui's done a very good job of making Molineux a fortress again. I think it's now in 2023. They've played 9 matches at home and they've won 7 of them. So only Manchester United and Manchester City have a better home record in 2023 in the Premier League than them. And that's, well, been the difference between them being on the correct side of that relegation zone boundary.
Jackson Cole, thank you very much. It's been a good game and a good result for Wolverhampton Wanderers and something for Villa to forget. But I'm sure Villa will come back stronger for the remaining game. Thank you very much, Jackson Cole. Now, as we know, Liverpool are kicking off in about 11 minutes or so, and they're playing Brentford. Now, Jurgen Klopp probably about 2-3 months ago, he wasn't even thinking of top 4 chances. He probably was thinking, right, let's just get that team back on the road. Everyone was surprised that actually it was Arsenal with Manchester City rather than actually Liverpool. But it was Arsenal who was actually causing all the headaches for Manchester City. Liverpool had loads of horrible defeats throughout the season. But if you speak to Jurgen Klopp, he's got his own thoughts on top 4 chances.
We have 59. United has 63, so we can get 71 maximum. United needs for that 8 points in 5 from 15. I think they will do that, to be honest. So, they win 3 games of the rest, and that's it for us. So it's not about that. We have enough to do with ourselves and these kind of things. We have to be tomorrow, Brentford. Oh my God, it's such a difficult game to play. You can control the whole game theoretically, not that that's already written in stone, but you could. And one set piece can kill you, and they are really good in counter-attacking. That's such a good setup and all these kind of things. The throw-ins are great, the corners are great, the free kicks are great, the players are great, the manager is fantastic. So that's a really difficult game, and how could I think of anything else besides that? That's why, no, we will not change the approach.
Yes, Jurgen Klopp doesn't want to change her approach, and we got Kendall Rowan, who's watching that game for us. Good afternoon, Kendall. You've heard what Jurgen Klopp was talking, and I don't know. He doesn't like to change his approach, but I think probably a couple of months ago, Liverpool probably wouldn't even be thinking of top 4, wouldn't they?
Yeah, absolutely. They've had a little bit of a strange season, have Liverpool. Obviously not the greatest start to the season, and probably not played the best football either. Jurgen Klopp would probably admit that himself. So it'll be very interesting to see how the end of the season pans out. I think they can go on a winning run, and I think that they definitely can. Obviously win the remaining games, but yeah, it's yet to be seen. At the moment, they actually have made some changes. So he's made 3 changes to his side. That got the 1-0 result here earlier in the week after a penalty against Fulham. So Tsimikas has been dropped at left back for Andy Robertson. Jordan Henderson has been benched for Dutchman Cody Gakpo, and Diogo Jota has come in for Luis Diaz, who is also benched. So the full starting 11 reads Alisson, Alexander-Arnold, Kanate, Van Dijk, Robertson, Fabinho, Curtis Jones, Gakpo, Salah, Jota and Darwin Núñez.
Now, that's the Liverpool side, Kendall, and it's a very strong team, isn't it? Regardless how you actually look at it. They've had the same players, haven't they, more or less? And but it seems that one person who always seems to be providing the goods, hasn't it, lately, is Roberto Firmino, who's leaving at the end of the season. Everyone knows he's leaving, but he's giving it all, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Firmino is such a good player. I think Liverpool will miss him, despite the fact he's not really made that much of an impact, specifically this season, but he's been so fantastic for them, especially obviously in the league winning season and Champions League and things like that. So he will be an absolutely massive miss. But across the front line, they've got so much depth, Liverpool now. They've obviously got Jota's back and Luis Diaz, Darwin Núñez, Cody Gakpo, obviously Mo Salah. So I think they'll be absolutely fine, and it'll be pretty much very, very interesting to see if they do sign any more attacking style players. But yeah, I do think Bobby Firmino will be a big miss, and I still do think he will get probably a really big, decent move somewhere.
Absolutely, and obviously ninth, like Brentford, they had a really, really good season, and Thomas Frank's been doing wonders with that club, and 50 points, remarkable, absolutely remarkable for the West London team. But Thomas Frank is aware of the hard trip that he's going to have at Anfield.
Decent run, fantastic club, fantastic players, fantastic manager. Probably when it's rocking, Anfield, the most difficult away ground to go to. And we experienced last year a loss 3-0, clear defeat. So there's a mountain to climb on Saturday. Flip side is we always believe that we can do something in any game. And I think that belief have brought us to where we are today. But of course, they're huge favourites.
I mean, Brentford, Kendall, since they've been up, and Thomas Frank has been doing a fantastic job, as the absolutely brilliant job coming into the Premier League, bringing his own players. He's stocked with so many of them as well, hasn't he? And you can't deny, can you, that actually, I won't say they probably deserve European football as such, but they do play really beautiful football, haven't they? Even when they play the big clubs like Liverpool.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they beat Liverpool earlier in the season at the Community Stadium 3-1, I believe it was. So they do have the ability there to do it. I think they have a fantastic team. I think Thomas Frank is doing an incredible job. They probably will just, looking at the table, they probably will just miss out on European football this season. But it's because, to be fair, I know a lot of people have said the league has been weak this season, but I honestly think it's the opposite. I think it's been very strong. There is teams like Brighton, Aston Villa, Newcastle you could even add in there, who you would not expect to have had such good seasons. But Brentford have played some fantastic football. They've gotten some really, really good results throughout the season and given some really, really good games to the top team. So yeah, Thomas Frank is doing a fantastic job. So I'll give you the team news for Brentford this afternoon as well. They've had an extremely good season. They will be chasing a decent result here on Merseyside this afternoon. Brentford have also made changes to their side. So there is 2 changes today and a tactical change. So they've gone for a back 5 today of Brentford against Liverpool at Anfield. Obviously, big, really, really very hard and incredible stadium to go to. So we will see what happens there. So Jorgensen, or Zanka as he's known, comes in for Mikkel Damsgaard, who is on the bench. And Frank Onyeka also replaces Loney Kevin Schade, who joins him in the dugout as well. So the full lineup is in goal David Raya, a back 5 of Aaron Hickey, Jorgensen, Pinnock, me and Rico Henry, Jensen, Onyeka and Janelt in the midfield, and a front 2 of Ivan Toney and Brian Mbeumo. I'm really, really looking forward to this match today. There should be really, really good some good football on display, and obviously after today both teams have only got 3 games left, so I'm expecting some fireworks, some fight, and let's hope it's a good one.
Thank you very much, Kendall. Yes, we love fireworks, don't we? And we love goals. And kickoff is just about 4 minutes away. And also, we are keeping an eye on Werder Bremen against Bayern Munich. It's also about 4 minutes away. And of course, we are keeping an eye on Nice against Rennes, which at the moment is Nice 1. Rennes now. We're going to David Dawes very shortly on more updates on that game and team news from Molly Sumter on Werder Bremen against Bayern Munich. This is Football Live.
You are listening to Football Live on Brille FM.
Liverpool 7, Manchester United 0. This is just incredible. The wheels have just fallen off the wagon.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brille FM with Football Live.
Oh my word, it's an absolute massive goal for Arsenal's title hopes here.
Wow, just wow.
Today's show is powered by Hollandia and Chivita. Chelsea take on Nottingham Forest, and Leeds United up against Newcastle United in the Premier League. next Saturday from 1 o'clock with Barry Swain. Covered exclusively right here on Breela FM by Football Live. You are listening to Football Live on Breela FM.
Our partners at NairaBet are back with another special offer. Get 500 Naira free every time a Nigerian player scores.
Victor Osimhen!
With 28 league goals combined this season, how many will Osimhen, Iheanacho, and Ndidi and Iwobi net you? When they score, so do you. To qualify, head over to NairaBet and make sure you include the following games in your ACCA. Napoli versus Fiorentina, Brighton versus Everton, Fulham versus Leicester. Visit www.nairabet.com/bonus for more details. ACCA must be placed by midnight tonight. Minimum stake required is 500 Naira. 18 plus only. Please gamble responsibly.
A quick reminder that Football Live, the wrap-up show, will be exclusively broadcast this coming Monday on Breela FM. Looking back on all the action in the Premier League and the major leagues around Europe, hearing from the players, hearing from the managers, and looking at who's going up, who's coming down, and who will be playing in the Champions League maybe next season. That's all on the wrap-up show this coming Monday, exclusive to Breela FM with Football Live.
You are listening to Football Live on Breela FM, powered by NairaBet, with John Kane.
Yes, I can tell you that Roma are playing Inter Milan in a big Serie A game. Still 0-0 after 29 minutes, but we have a goal in France.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
It's Nice 2, Rennes 0, and scored by Terry Moffi in the 71st minute. We'll be going back to David Doyle very, very shortly on news of that goal. But first, let's go to Werder Bremen. Werder Bremen against Bayern Munich. Molly Samta, good afternoon, Molly.
Good afternoon. Sorry.
That is absolutely fine. You can reply back to me if you want. Bayern Munich, they're level on points with Borussia Dortmund. They're playing today. 1 point above them. It's in their hands. But was the performances of Bayern Munich under Thomas Tuchel, you can't really underestimate Borussia Dortmund at this stage to win the Bundesliga, haven't you?
No, definitely, John, and good afternoon. But Bayern will definitely be looking for a bit of redemption. They've fallen off a little bit. They had a 3-1 defeat to Mainz the other week, and that's definitely piled the pressure on Thomas Tuchel's side with, as you said, Borussia Dortmund right on their tail. So they definitely will be looking to get the points today to kind of secure that title ever so slightly more for them, or at least put them in a place of a little bit more confidence and not feel like they are being chased constantly. But a bit of team news for you. They make 3 changes from that defeat to Mainz, with Thomas Müller dropping down to the bench, Ryan Gravenberch coming in for injured Alphonso Davies, and Serge Gnabry replaces suspended Leon Goretzka. Werder Bremen are unchanged from their loss to Schalke, despite being fairly safe from the drop zone. Points today would mathematically guarantee their Bundesliga place next season, so they'll definitely be looking to pick up a couple of points today if they can. They are still without top goal scorer Niklas Füllkrug, who has bagged 16 goals this season. But fear not, Werder Bremen fans, as Martin Dutsch heads up your team today, and he's most definitely not goal shy himself, with 12 goals to his name in the league this season. We've just kicked off, in Germany. It's Werder Bremen against Bayern Munich.
Molly, you're not as old as I am, and I can guarantee you that. But I remember the 80s when Werder Bremen were really, really powerful. Players like Rudi Völler, Okudera, the Japanese, it were absolutely fantastic to watch in the 80s. And it always had a big name, isn't it? When you look at the history of the club in German football. This season, yes, they are just about survived relegation, but it's not really good enough, isn't it, for a club like Werder Bremen?
No, definitely. I know they came up last season to the first flight again, but there's a few players, like we said, who have got who have bagged quite a few goals in the league this season, but you don't look at any of them and think that they are kind of standout players for them, which most German sides do have. I mean, especially when you look at the likes of Bayern Munich, who really have, some stars in their team. If not all of those, you would take any of them in your team any day. So it'll be interesting to see how Werder Bremen play against Bayern Munich today with that kind of lack of stars that we're talking about. But it'll be definitely an interesting one with both teams kind of needing the points. Bayern Munich probably more so than Werder Bremen, but they will definitely want to secure that place away from the relegation zone today, John.
No, absolutely. I mean, just a word on Thomas Tuchel, very well-known manager, isn't he? He's won everywhere, PSG, Chelsea, and people even think that maybe it was a mistake letting him go at Chelsea. Yes, few bad games, but you compare it to what Graham Potter and Frank Lampard are going through. He was doing very well in comparing to both, but it's not working out well for him at the moment. I think it'd be very wrong, isn't it, to judge him on this season and wait till next season?
No, definitely. I think you need to give him the time to settle in this season at Bayern Munich. He's obviously come in and he's taken on a big challenge here with a team that really is title racing. And obviously some people are arguing that the few points that he managed to get at Chelsea is what's keeping them up in the Premier League this season. But I think regardless, he's not gotten the results that they would necessarily want in definitely in recent times, but he's definitely still keeping them up there. He's still keeping them in the race, which I think is all you can ask for from a manager anyway.
Thank you very much, Molly. We'll be coming back to you very, very shortly on news, any goals and updates as they happen. I was going to go to David Doyle on the news of that second goal, but I could tell you there's been a third goal in Ligue 1.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And now it's Nice 2, Rennes 1. So Rennes are causing problems for the home side. And we'll be going to David Doyle very, very shortly on the news of Nice's second and Rennes first. But let's go to Merseyside. Liverpool against Brentford. Kendall Rowan, how's it planning out with the first 5 minutes or so?
Yeah, it's looking okay so far. Liverpool immediately came out of the blocks, really intense pressing. There was about 8 Brentford players behind the ball, but then Rico Henry managed to just glide past Trent Alexander-Arnold, really quickly ran down the wing, but nothing came of it, unfortunately. But really decent game so far here. Van Dijk has also just been given a yellow card for a foul. We're only 5 minutes into this half and already Van Dijk is on a yellow card, which will not be good news for Liverpool, especially when Brentford play such nice attacking football at times. That's really a poor foul to concede so early in the game, but it was an absolute definite yellow. I'm just watching the replay now. Definite yellow on Yenka. So yeah, that's going to be really bad news for the captain Virgil van Dijk and Liverpool today. But at the moment, we are coming into the 6th minute of this game at Anfield, and it is still Liverpool 0, Brentford 0.
I mean, you could never underestimate even when a player gets a yellow card, especially so early on. Kendall, and that's going to affect it, isn't it? He's going to be so careful because any small mistake, and Liverpool are playing with 10 men.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, if he obviously commits another foul, he's on dangerous territory. It's so early in the first half. I'm really shocked that he's done that. Kanate and Tony have just come to blows there as well. This game is going to have to really settle down. It's already fiery and already some fouls are being committed early in this half. So yeah, it's not good news, and Van Dijk has got to be extremely careful now and obviously can't put in any more reckless challenges. So it's going to probably alter Liverpool's gameplay a little bit here now. So we'll remains to be seen what happens, but Brentford will be really happy about that card, I think.
Thank you very much, Kendall. Let's go to David Doyle, who've seen 2 goals in the last 5 minutes. Now it's Nice 2, Rennes 1, David Doyle. What's happening in there?
Well, it's been goals galore in the past 30 minutes, John. The first half, you might say there weren't too many notable events, but clearly the Nice manager, Didier Digard, his halftime team talk has had a positive effect on his side because their performance so far in this half pales in comparison to the first. Nice's second goal a few moments ago that you mentioned came from the Nigerian international Terry Moffi, who took advantage of a poor mistake by Jean-Claire Tobibo, slotting into the back of the net. That's Moffi's 17th goal this season in the Ligue 1 as he continues his fine form. But just there a few moments ago, the visitors, Rennes, got one back. It was the right winger, Benjamin Beauregard, who struck the ball through the Nice defence, driving it into the left side of the inside of the post. It currently stands Nice 2, Rennes 1, just coming into the 80th minute here, just the last few moments of this game.
Thank you very much, David. Yes, about 10 minutes to go in that game. We'll be coming back to David Doyle very, very shortly on any more updates and news. And it does look like a good result for Nice if they can hold on. But Rennes always have their own ammunitions to come back into the game. I can tell you, Roma are playing Inter Milan, as we said early on. 38 minutes gone. It's Roma 0. Inter Milan 1, and it was Federico Di Marco who scored for Inter Milan. A great win if that happens. That moves, or that will move, in fact, Inter Milan to 4th on 63 points, level on points with Juve, and 1 point behind Lazio. While for Roma, they'll keep on 7th with the same level of games, but they're on 58 points. So Roma need a win today. Can Jose Mourinho do it for them? We should soon find out. Right, let's go back to Molly Sumter quickly. She's watching Werder Bremen against Bayern Munich. About 6 minutes gone, Molly. Is Thomas Tuchel changing his tactics a bit? Does that look better than we've seen in the last few weeks?
Yeah, definitely, John. It's been a good start for Bayern Munich. A few fouls here and there, but that can only be expected from, teams that are fighting for those points today. But the away side have come out looking very confident, really getting a few passes together, getting a few attacks together. Nothing quite come of much note yet, but they're definitely getting forward and definitely getting themselves stuck into this game, both sides, which is going to make for a great match to watch this evening. So definitely looking forward to the coming moments of this. But for now, it's Werder Bremen 0, Bayern Munich 0.
Thank you very much, Molly. Yes, it's been an interesting results earlier on the Bundesliga. If you're not aware of them, I can tell you that it all finished. It was 2:30 kickoffs early on. It finished Augsburg 1, Union Berlin 0, Borussia Mönchengladbach 2, Bochum 0, Freiburg 0, RB Leipzig 1, Hertha Bremen 2, Stuttgart 1, Hoffenheim, where the man sent off 3, Eintracht Frankfurt 1, and still 0-0 between Werder Bremen and Bayern Munich. And of course, in the Premier League early on, there's been 4 games and 3 p.m. kickoffs. It finished Bournemouth 1, Chelsea 3, and it's a big win for Chelsea and a big win for Frank Lampard personally. He probably hope to build up on that, more or less safe, but I think the performances need to improve, and so as the results. Also finished Manchester City 2, Leeds United 1. Manchester City were leading 2-0. They missed the penalty, and then literally a minute or so later, Leeds scored, but it was too little too late. I think it just gives sort of a false hope, didn't it, for the Arsenal fans who are actually keeping an eye on that game. But Manchester City now, they're a couple of points above Arsenal, waiting for tomorrow's game, of course, where they're playing Newcastle away. Also finished Tottenham Hotspur 1, Crystal Palace 0, who was but Harry Kane scoring for the home side, and Ryan Mason. So far, people say he's doing a good job. Well, they were 2-0 down to Manchester United a couple of weeks ago, got to 2-0. They were 3-0 down after about 20 minutes or so last weekend, got to 3-0, and then conceded that goal in late into injury time. And then today, first 3 points for caretaker Ryan Mason. Also finished Wolves 1, Aston Villa 0. That ends a run of games for Aston Villa. Fantastic team. And what Unai Emery is doing with, especially with Ollie Watkins, who's been absolutely brilliant up front, isn't he? For the Villa side. However, Wolves, they'll be very happy with the 3 points. They take them to 40 points, which is more or less the mark that means that you are safe in the Premier League for next season. And they can leave that 6-1 heavy defeat, 6-0 in fact, heavy defeat to Brighton last weekend, way behind them. And as it stands, it's 12 minutes gone. It's Liverpool 0, Brentford 0. So it's no better time than to go to Kendall Rowan. Liverpool mentioned 0-0. You mentioned the yellow card for Virgil van Dijk, but is that really changed the momentum a bit, or are Liverpool playing as they do at home?
Yeah, it's just there's a lot of silly, reckless challenges going in. Aaron Hickey earlier for Brentford, he fouled, and it could have been actually a dangerous foul, but Anthony Taylor, the referee, raved it away. Again, Tony's just been fouled. It's just getting getting very clumsy at the moment for both sides, to be honest. Liverpool are the ones who are pressing the most. Mo Salah's just swung a ball into the box, but it came off the head of a Brentford defender and went out for a corner. So we'll see what happens with this corner now. But yeah, it's just both teams just need to settle into the game at the moment. They're both very on edge, both obviously just a little bit up in the air, a little bit hyperactive at the moment, and obviously giving away these clumsy fouls. So we will see what happens. But then at the moment, it is obviously 12 minutes in, and it is Liverpool 0, Brentford 0.
Thank you very much, Candle. I can tell you, it's still playing in Serie A. Roma 0, Inter Milan 1. And would you believe it? The minute we leave Kendall, there's been a goal at Anfield.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
13 minutes gone, and it's Liverpool 1, Brentford 0, and it's through the Pharaoh King, Mo Salah, scoring in the 13th minute. At the moment, VAR are checking that goal, but we're going to Kendall Rowan very, very shortly on the news of that goal. So it's Mo Salah who's put Liverpool into the lead. Yes, VAR are checking on it. So in fact, the goal has been given. The goal has been given. Liverpool 1, Brentford 0. Kendall Rowan, Mo Salah make the day for Jurgen Klopp.
Absolutely, it is Liverpool 1, Brentford 0. They have been pressing very high, Liverpool, so I'm not surprised that the goal has come. But it was a great ball in the box from Fabinho. There was absolutely no defenders at all around Van Dijk, who just floated to the side of the box, crossed the ball over for Mo Salah, he actually headed the ball to Mo Salah, who was at the far post, and Mo Salah just tapped it in. But yeah, fantastic ball from Fabinho. So we are now, it's 14 minutes gone, and it is a Liverpool 1, Brentford 0.
Thank you very much, Kendall. We're going back to you very, very shortly, which I'm sure we're going to see more goals in this game. It's a game that always been exciting to watch. Both teams do love attacking football, so I'll guarantee you there's going to be goals in that game. Still no goals in Werder Bremen and Bayern Munich, and it's still 2-1 for Nice against Rennes. There's about 2 or 3 minutes left plus injury time, and Roma still losing at home to Inter Milan, coming into half-time very, very shortly in that game. I'll tell you what's coming in tomorrow, though. West Ham are playing Manchester United, and that's a big game for West Ham, and of course, it's a big game for Manchester United, and probably the game of the day is going to be Newcastle against Arsenal. Now, we've heard from Michael Arteta early on how good Martin Odegaard and how valuable player he is. And of course, you cannot deny that Martin Odegaard has been absolutely brilliant. I mean, people talk about the Norwegian, but the Norwegian is not just Haaland, is Odegaard. And Odegaard has been the main instrumental in that team. And he's settled so well since his permanent arrival from Real Madrid. But you have to say the same thing about Newcastle, don't you? Newcastle are doing absolutely well. Yes, they're considered probably the richest club in the world. They haven't spent a lot of money, to be fair to them, since Eddie Howe arrived. But they play very good football, and they've been scoring goals right, left, and centre. And we've seen the demolition of Spurs a couple of weeks ago. Was it 5 goals in 20 minutes? I'm sure Kendall Rowan reminds me. And but Eddie Howe, he's got this to say about how good things are at Newcastle this moment in time.
Yeah, I love to see those moments. I think that's happening more and more in the game, I believe. And I love to see it from my perspective as the manager, that the players and the crowd interacting with each other positively. There's no better sight when we score or when the players ask the crowd for some noise, they deliver. We need that synergy. We need that relationship. We need that united feeling. And we have it at the moment, and we want to keep it. And for me, it's one of the most important things that we do.
That united feeling, and he's not talking about Manchester United, is he? People say United, it's Manchester United. It's not Manchester United, it's Newcastle United. I'm just going to go to Kendall Rowan quickly. As being a Newcastle fan, Kendall, it's been great, isn't it, watching Newcastle at this moment in time, and it's not just the excitement, getting the results. I mean, I have to admit, under Steve Bruce, people like Joe Linton, I never thought he could play football until Eddie Howe arrived at the club.
Yeah, honestly, what a time to be a Newcastle fan. It is just absolutely exceptional. We play such great football. We've been at the first half of games, obviously Tottenham 5 goals in 21 minutes, that's fair enough, but since then the first half of games we haven't been playing well, but the second half we've been absolutely battering teams. And I'm really looking forward to this Arsenal game at the weekend, because last season we weren't as good as we are now. Obviously Arsenal weren't as well, but the way that we've been playing lately, Wilson, Isak, even Jacob Murphy, Joe Willock, like everyone has improved and it's all banded together. And obviously, for use of a better word than being united, we literally are so much on the same wavelength and the ambition is there. And Eddie Howe has done a fantastic job. So yeah, I am so looking forward to tomorrow. I'm going to be at the game, so I'm really looking forward to it and hoping that we can get the 3 points. And this time it'll be our documentary that the win gets shown on.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, at the moment, you're watching Liverpool-Brentford, Liverpool leading by a goal to nil. That moved Liverpool to 5th, 62 points, 3 points behind Newcastle, 1 point behind Manchester United. But they played more games. They played 2 games more than Manchester United and Newcastle. Can Liverpool and Manchester United cause a bit of a blow towards the end of the season in the last few games to Newcastle? Do you think Newcastle games in hand is going to be more or less secured or securing not just European football, but Champions League football?
Yeah, I think we've got a pretty decent run in, but you can never actually underestimate relegation sides because they can just pull out a result at any time. So obviously we've got Arsenal tomorrow, we've got Leeds, Leicester, and then Chelsea as well to come. So and Brighton as well. So it'll be very interesting to see how we do. But we've just been so strong in these games and we're on form and we're playing so well that I really do trust us to get it. I'm not saying it yet because it's not mathematically possible. Obviously at the moment, so I'm not fully saying it. I'm not fully believing it just as of yet, but yeah, I really do think that we deserve it based on form, based on results, and based on the style of football. But I think Liverpool might, towards the end of the season, probably win most of their games from now till the end of the season. So it'll remain to be seen what's going to happen. But yeah, I believe in us, and I do think we can get Champions League this season.
Now, when it comes to the game that you're watching at the moment, Liverpool leading by a goal to nil through Mo Salah. What is Brentford doing about it? Are they trying to get back into the game, or sort of Liverpool sort of dominating since the goal?
Yeah, as I said earlier in the first half, it's a bit kind of both sides playing really some decent football. Liverpool have been the ones who've pressed the most and have really pushed Brentford to play a high line, and it's really interesting at the moment to see how this game's going to pan out, because I do think both sides play decent football. But yeah, again, just more silly fouls being given, just Brentford's passing hasn't been the best, and again, and Wemmo's just released a ball there and it's just gone out of play, which was quite poor. So yeah, it looks like Liverpool have got a throw in now. Trent Alexander-Arnold's going to take it, so I assume that they're going to go again on another attack. So we'll see what happens. But it's 19 minutes gone now, coming into the 20th minute. It's Liverpool 1, Brentford 0.
Thank you very much, Kendall Rowan. Let's go to the German Bundesliga. We heard from Molly Sumter for a while. 18 minutes gone, Molly. Still 0-0 between Werder Bremen and Bayern Munich. But are Bayern Munich more or less doing something to try to increase that difference between them and Borussia Dortmund?
Yeah, definitely. I think they're just kind of focusing on the possession for now, John. Just passing it around and trying to, not let Werder Bremen have any of the ball, which, it works, but it's not going to be a long-lasting tactic. They'll need to come out a little bit more at some point to try and get those goals that they desperately need to get away from Dortmund, as you said. As it stands, it's Werder Bremen 0, Bayern Munich 0.
Thank you very much, Molly. We'll come back to Molly very shortly as well. We got Kendall Rowan watching Liverpool Brentford, who are leading by a goal to nil, and also Werder Bremen 0-0 against Bayern Munich, but both about 19, 20 minutes gone. But now it's time we hand you over to Femi and the team in Nigeria to give you all the latest news for the last time of the Nigerian players around the globe and go through your comments and interactions on social media. And we're back here very shortly. Femi, good afternoon again. A great win for Chelsea, great win for Tottenham, and Liverpool seems like heading to the right direction as well.
Every Saturday and Sunday afternoon, Football Live.
It's gotta be good, it's gotta be wholesome.
You are listening to Football Live on Breela FM, powered by NairaBet, with John Kane.
Yes, welcome back. We got just over half an hour to the end of the show. Thank you very much, Femi and the crew, and all your lovely comments and interactions on social media with phone calls and leaving your messages on Football Live NG. Finish at France, Nice 2, Rennes 1. That was the final score. And here's David Doyle with the full-time report.
Yeah, well, the visitors Rennes looked to be the stronger side in the first half of this Ligue 1 clash. One of the first key chances came from the Belgian international Jeremy Doku at the 16th minute, who got into a critical area, getting a strong strike on Kasper Schmeichel, who managed to pull off a brilliant reflective save. They piled the pressure on Nice in the first half as they also came close to going 1-0 up just before the break, with Rennes' Lovro Mayer making a great headed connection with the ball, only to be denied by another fantastic Kasper Schmeichel save. Nice kicked the second half off with a bang as Gaëtan Lobbard converted a brilliant cross with a precise low shot that went past Steve Mandana's net to make it 1-0. The home side added to their goal tally in the 71st minute as the Nigerian international Terem Mofi took advantage of a poor defensive mistake to make it 2-0. The visitors' Rennes weren't finished there, though, as they came back with a swift response as Benjamin Beauregard found an opportunity to slot it past Kasper Schmeichel's inside post to make it 2-1. However, it was too little too late for Rennes as Nice managed to hold out well in the final minutes of the game. It finished at the Allianz Riviera, Nice 2, Rennes 1.
I mean, I've seen Kasper Schmeichel a few times play for Rennes this season, David, and he's been so impressive, as we all know that he is. It just makes you wonder, doesn't it? Was it a mistake for Leicester not trying to keep hold of him, even more so?
Well, he plays such a pivotal role for that squad. He's 36 years of age at the moment. You would argue, obviously, a keeper tends to have a longer career than outfield players, so you'd wonder how long he's going to last. Now, don't forget as well, he is playing in the Ligue 1, which is obviously slightly a lower standard than the Premier League. But like you said, with Leicester, maybe they did make a mistake in letting him go. He's certainly playing a fantastic role for Nice at the moment.
Thank you very much. David Doyle, our deputy today, which I'm sure you will be listening to him more throughout this season. This is Football Live.
The latest big match odds with NairaBet.
Yes, let's give you the latest odds on the NairaBet website. Of course, all these prices are subject to change. Our main game this evening is Liverpool against Brentford. Liverpool are leading by a goal to nil through Mo Salah, as you heard from Kendall Rowan. Liverpool are 1.17 for a win. The draw is 7.50. And the Brentford away win is 17.0. In the German Bundesliga, still 0-0 between Werder Bremen and Bayern Munich. Werder Bremen is just gone up to 12.0. The draw is 6.5, and Bayern Munich away win is 1.25. Also playing 40 minutes gone in the Dutch Eredivisie is Sparta Rotterdam 0, PSV Eindhoven 0. Sparta Rotterdam are 5.25. The draw is 4.20, and PSV to win away from home is 1.60. And finally, it's halftime at Serie A between Roma and Milan. Of course, Federico's goal just before halftime for Inter Milan are leading away at the Olimpico Stadium. Roma at home are 9.0. It just got down, in fact, to 9.0. The draw is 4.0. And finally, for an Inter away win is 1.44. And of course, all these odds are subject to change. Now, last time we heard from Kendall Rowan, it was Liverpool 1, Brentford 0. Kendall, but been a yellow card since we last spoke to you for the away side.
Yes, a yellow card for Brian and Wemo. It was a great counter-attack from Liverpool that actually came from a Brentford chance. Really quick. Trent Alexander-Arnold's long balls are fantastic today. However, Diogo Jota just got the ball at his feet, and Brian and Bremo, he really, really clumsily just crashed straight into him. It wasn't even a tackle. It was basically just body to body, just a contact foul. And yeah, he has received a yellow card. Liverpool have had a couple more corners in the last few minutes. Andy Robertson took another great corner, but unfortunately didn't manage to find any of his teammates or land on any of his teammates' heads. David Raya's pulled some fantastic saves off, and Brentford have been really, really good defensively. But at the moment, it's 32 minutes gone at Anfield this afternoon, and it's Liverpool 1, Brentford 0.
Can actually Liverpool sort of unsteady the ship? So Manchester United are probably then the nearest one to them, isn't it? I mean, it wasn't the best of seasons for Liverpool, isn't it, Kendall? But Liverpool is in their hands in a way that they can actually get top 4 or even top 5 after the abysmal results, or some of the abysmal results that we've seen so far this season.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Liverpool now will definitely get some form of European football. I mean, they could get top 4. They aren't obviously mathematically impossible not to get it now. Man United aren't on the best of forms either, obviously with the defeat to Brighton the other night as well. So yeah, they're not on the greatest of forms, Manchester United. So Liverpool will be really, really chasing their tails, I think. And Liverpool are always really good at putting a string of results together, especially towards the end of the season. And they have needed that after the really poor, I would say 2/3 of the season that they've had, really. So they'll be definitely looking to get, obviously, Champions League, but European football in some respect will kind of be a little bit of a saving grace for their season. But they should definitely be in the Champions League places, this Liverpool side under Klopp and what they've achieved in the last few years. So yeah, they'll be definitely looking to get in that top 4, and they can do it, I think.
Thank you very much. Yeah, 34 minutes gone. It's Liverpool 1, Brentford 0 in the Bundesliga. It's a big game for Bayern Munich. It's still 0-0 away to Werder Bremen. 32 minutes gone. Molly Sumter. I mean, I'm looking at the stats here for Bayern Munich. They've had 7 corners already. They've got 65% of possession. They had 6 shots, 2 on target. What is missing from that Bayern Munich side that maybe it was that they had before and it's lacking now?
Honestly, John, I don't think I could tell you. I'm baffled as to how they haven't managed to get a goal yet. Benjamin Pavard had a great shot a few moments ago where he headed it towards goal, and Pavlenka, the Werder Bremen keeper, used some great reflexes to keep that away. They, as you said, they've been constantly on the attack. So many corners, so many shots going away for them, but just can't quite seem to find the back of the net just yet. They're going forward so much, not allowing the home side to have any kind of attack on them at all. So I think they'll just have to keep playing the way they are, keep the confidence going, keep the possession going, and surely they must be able to get a goal soon. I think I found a stat, John, that says that Werder Bremen have conceded at least 2 goals in each of their 7 games against top 5 sides in the Bundesliga. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple of Bayern goals here this evening. But as it stands, it's Werder Bremen 0, Bayern Munich 0.
I mean, if you're a betting person, Molly, and I don't know if you are or not, and it become a bit irrelevant, if you have to put your money on Bayern Munich or Borussia Dortmund, when you consider how the last 3 games has gone from both sides and what is left till the end of the season, would your money be on Bayern Munich, or do you think Borussia Dortmund will overtake them come the end of the season?
I think Dortmund have a much higher chance of winning it the way that they're playing at the moment. Bayern, they just don't look convincing enough when you look at the performances from Dortmund. I think they've only lost 1 in 5. And, you know, although Bayern, you look on paper, you think they're the more experienced side, they know what they're doing, they can win that title. I just think it's going to go to Dortmund. My money's on them.
Thank you very much, Molly Sumter. Of course, we'll be keeping an eye on that game as well as the Liverpool game. I could tell you it's still Liverpool 1, Brentford 0. It's still half-time at Serie A. It's Roma 0, Inter Milan 1, and it's Werder Bremen 0, Bayern 0. I've just heard from Molly Sumter. Now, let's just rewind a bit. I mean, on Wednesday, we had 2 Premier League games. Manchester City managed to beat West Ham by 3-0, and they're still going on their winning streaks. Liverpool, who are playing as we speak, they're still leading Brentford by 1-0, but it wasn't that easy against Fulham on Wednesday. They played well, so did Fulham, but it was a penalty that decided that 3 points for Jurgen Klopp's men. But this is what Marco Silva got to say about the incident.
But coming to the half time, losing 1-0 the way they scored the goal, I have to say that is embarrassing. Today in football, to concede and to give a penalty like that, and after the VAR didn't take that penalty, we cannot understand. It's difficult really to understand. I will not say nothing more because after will be difficult for me, and I don't want to create more problems for me. But it's clear, difficult, or almost impossible to understand that penalty.
Yeah, I mean, you can understand this frustration, can you? I mean, you look at Fulham; they done so well. We're talking about Brentford. We're talking about how Palace been rejuvenated under Roy Hodgson, but you're going to have so much credit as well for Marco Silva for getting them to where Fulham are. When you compare the resources that clubs around them have, Fulham is next to none, isn't it, really? But they've just been brilliant to watch. And surely they've been missing Alexander Mitrovic up front. I'm just going to go back to Molly Sumter, to Kendall Rowan, who's watching Liverpool now. Kendall, you've heard what Marco Silva said. That one goal that decided the game against Fulham, you can't help but feeling sorry, don't you, for Marco Silva, because he wasn't happy about the decision, and maybe rightly so. But at the end of the day, you just move on, don't you? And regardless of that, Fulham, they had a fantastic season themselves, regardless of what the score was on Wednesday.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, so many VAR decisions specifically have been really, really poor this season and not been the correct decisions at all. I think the penalty that was actually given against Fulham for Liverpool the other night was extremely soft in my opinion, but I am not a referee, so that is just personal opinions from me. But yeah, you just have to move on, unfortunately. That's just how football is, especially coming towards the end of the season now. You just have to give up those games and kind of move on and hopefully Fulham, I think Fulham have had a fantastic season again alongside Brentford. For me, they've both had really, really phenomenal seasons, and they've just got to move on and try and get as many points as they can from the last 3-4 games now.
No, absolutely. Thank you very much, Kendall. I just wanted to bring you in on what Marco Silva said. Of course, Liverpool, 5 minutes to half time. They're still leading Brentford by 1-0. It just kicked off in the second half. It's Serie A. It's Roma 0. Inter Milan won a goal from Federico. And still 0-0 between Werder Bremen and Bayern Munich. And I think it makes it last week, if I remember rightly, there were loads of comments on people commenting on Thomas Tuchel and how he's not shaping up well at Bayern Munich. Molly Sumter, Bayern Munich, yes, they're struggling a bit, even under Thomas Tuchel, but how big of a mistake? Lots of people think getting rid of Julian Nagelsmann was a mistake in the first place. I mean, sure, I have to agree with that, to be honest, because I don't think he done anything wrong, didn't he, at a time when he was sacked?
Yeah, no, I have to agree with you, John. I think that, regardless of how the form is at the moment, Thomas Tuchel has still gotten this side to the top of the table. And yes, they haven't had those results that we spoke about that they really need. But I do think it was a mistake sacking Nagelsmann. Like, as you said, he wasn't, didn't seem to be doing anything wrong. That whilst Tuchel has, he's got them to the top of the table, but that was Nagelsmann's work, and Tuchel's only really kept them there. But the results recently, as we said, have kind of shown that maybe he isn't as strong as they need him to be as a manager. So I do think that the club may look for another manager next season. For now, I think he's not doing too much wrong, but he's not doing enough right for them, is the way that I see it, John.
I mean, we all know how good Julian Nagelsmann is, isn't it? He's a really good manager. He proved to be a very good manager, and he's been linked with Tottenham more recently. Does he fit Tottenham? I mean, has he got the players? Can he actually trust Daniel Levy to become a Tottenham manager?
I think if you ask any manager, the way that Tottenham are at the moment, whether they can trust Daniel Levy, he doesn't seem to have given many of Spurs' managers in recent years the backing that they would want. And I think that's probably why Spurs haven't managed to find a manager yet, because that kind of leadership within a club is not attractive to managers looking for work. I know they've also been linked with Xabi Alonso, who I think is personally a much better fit for our club in the style of football that he plays. What he's done with Leverkusen this season has been really, really great, and they've played some, really nice looking football. So I think I would take him over Nagelsmann, but I don't think, Spurs fans would be complaining about having any kind of manager at the moment.
No, absolutely. I mean, Nagelsmann's apparently he's on gardening leave, isn't he? And Bayern Munich, until as we speak, they are paying his wages, haven't they? So it's cost him a lot of money, putting him on gardening leave. But whoever comes in for him now, going to have to pay money, don't they, to have that point released. So thank you very much, buddy. We'll be back to you very, very shortly, and hopefully with some more goals. We haven't had goals since Mo Salah scored for Liverpool. So let's go to Kendall. It's been a yellow card, another yellow card for Liverpool. That just makes it a bit edgy, isn't it, for the home side?
Yeah, absolutely. It's just another clumsy foul again, this time from Fabinho, who's been shown a yellow card. I mean, I'm looking at the stats right now. Liverpool have gave away 11 fouls. Really, really just clumsy, silly challenges. And just, it was not good. We also have had a disallowed goal in this game as well, and it was for Brentford. It could have been an equaliser. It was a fantastic finish from Mbeumo, but unfortunately, it was just a whisker offside. It did obviously go to the VAR check for offside, and it was just slightly offside, but Brentford will be gutted about that because it could have been 1-1 before the first half ended. But they have got another free kick here, so we'll see what happens with this. But it's 44 minutes gone in the Liverpool and Brentford game at the moment, and it's Liverpool 1, Brentford 0.
Have Liverpool been lucky of late in a way? That penalty that we spoke about against Fulham, Diego Jota scoring the winning goal in injury time against Spurs, finishing 4-3, when lots of people argued that maybe Jota should have been sent off about 10 minutes earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they have been lucky, but I'm pretty sure Liverpool fans won't be complaining. At this point in the season, it's 3 points at any cost, especially when you're kind of chasing down Europe and Champions League and things like that. So I'm pretty sure the neutrals will be the ones saying that they were lucky, but Liverpool fans will be taking the 3 points whichever way it comes. But I do agree with you, definitely, John. They have been lucky, and they have been kind of just winning games despite the circumstances. So Brentford, to be fair to them, have played really well today as well as Liverpool. It's been actually a good game so far and a good half. But Brentford probably, I believe they could get a goal back at least. But we'll see what happens. But it is Liverpool 1, Brentford 0.
I'm just looking at the fixtures for Liverpool. The 3 after this: away to Leicester, at home to Villa, then away to Southampton. They're not easy games, aren't they? Because every single team in there, they're aiming for something. I know when it comes into the season, it's not too many clubs get involved, aren't they, in relegation or European football. But Liverpool seem to be hitting all of them. Leicester and Southampton, or both of them trying to avoid relegation, and home to Villa, who themselves, who've been brilliant under Unai Emery this season, and they're aiming to get a European spot and nick it. One of the 3 or 4 above them could be Spurs, could be Everton, could be Brighton, or could be even Liverpool. It's not an easy run-in, isn't it, for Liverpool for the next 3 games?
Yeah, no, and as well as when you're playing relegation sides, similar to what I said earlier about Newcastle, we're playing Leeds and Leicester as well, and you just cannot underestimate them to pull out a result, especially when they can stay up, because obviously at the moment no one has been relegated as of yet, so you just can't underestimate them, and especially if Liverpool go into games and being lucky in these games and having to rely on maybe a VAR decision or a penalty or something like that to win them a games, it probably is a little bit worrying for Liverpool fans. But as I say, that Klopp and Liverpool are so capable of stringing some decent wins together, especially in the crunch time and the business end of the season. So I do think they could do it. I think they could probably win every game up until now, until the end of the season. So we'll see what they do. But it is 3 minutes added here on the first half. But at the moment, it looks like this half is going to finish Liverpool 1, Brentford 0.
I mean, Alexander-Arnold is playing today. I don't know exactly what position he's been playing in, but he's been getting quite a lot of criticism from Liverpool fans, hasn't he? His performance has been way below par in comparison of what we've seen of him over the years. Is he more establishing to be more or less a right midfielder than actually a right back?
He's Klopp's kind of moved him forward a little bit. I know a lot of Liverpool fans have been kind of shouting for this for a while, for Trent to move into midfield, because as we all know, and as Southgate's even said himself, defensively in a back four maybe he's not the best. He's a lot better attacking. His long balls are fantastic. His set pieces and things like that. He's much better at that. But we have seen the likes of Arteta as well using kind of inverted fullbacks in a system as well. So maybe, I don't know, maybe that could be Trent's new kind of position there, but I still think he's a fantastic fullback. It's just a shame that kind of Liverpool have obviously dropped off a little bit this season as well, and he dropped off himself last season, so I do still think he's absolutely a fantastic fullback, but it could, maybe he could move it infield and into midfield, and maybe he'll be inverted fullback. They like to make these new positions up every now and again, so we'll see if he finds his feet in that position instead.
Thank you very much, Kendall Rowan. We're back to Kendall, I believe, is very shortly for a half-time report. In fact, he has finished at Anfield. It's Liverpool 1, Brentford 0. It also finished at Werder Bremen at half-time. It's 0-0. So we're going to go to Molly Sumter straight away on the half-time report.
Thanks, John. As we were saying, Bayern have been, I would say, extremely unlucky to not be ahead in this game. The stats are most definitely all in their favour. They've really been pushing pretty much this entire 45 minutes onto Werder Bremen, getting those shots away, getting loads of corners for the set pieces, but just can't seem to get that clinical finish and find the back of the net just yet. Some could argue Werder Bremen have almost been a bit standoffish in this first half, really not offering too much to Bayern Munich. But you can't take the credit away from the away side. They've been playing some amazing football, really passing it around really nicely and putting together some great attacks. It's been great to watch them play, even if there haven't been any goals just yet. I think we can definitely expect some goals in the second half, maybe a few changes, maybe bringing on Thomas Müller from the bench to give that extra attacking force for Bayern Munich. But as it stands, it's Werder Bremen 0, Bayern Munich 0.
Thank you very much, Molly. We'll be going to Kendall Rowan very shortly for halftime report. I can tell you there's been a VAR in that Serie A game for a penalty, so I'll get you more updates as it come in. However, now this is Football Live.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM.
Liverpool 7, Manchester United 0. This is just incredible. The wheels have just fallen off the wagon.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brila FM with Football Live.
Oh my word, it's an absolute massive goal for Arsenal's title hopes here.
Wow, just wow.
Today's show is powered by Hollandia and Chivita. Chelsea take on Nottingham Forest, and Leeds United up against Newcastle United in the Premier League. Next Saturday from 1 o'clock with Barry Swain. Covered exclusively right here on Brila FM by Football Live. You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM.
Our partners at NairaBet are back with another special offer. Get 500 Naira free every time a Nigerian player scores.
Victor Osimhen!
With 28 league goals combined this season, how many will Osimhen, Iheanacho, and Ndidi and Iwobi net you? When they score, so do you. To qualify, head over to NairaBet and make sure you include the following games in your ACCA. Napoli versus Fiorentina, Brighton versus Everton, Fulham versus Leicester. Visit www.nairabet.com/bonus for more details. ACCA must be placed by midnight tonight. Minimum stake required is 500 Naira. 18 plus only. Please gamble responsibly.
quick reminder that Football Live, the wrap-up show, will be exclusively broadcast this coming Monday on Brilla FM. Looking back on all the action in the Premier League and the major leagues around Europe, hearing from the players, hearing from the managers, and looking at who's going up, who's coming down, and who will be playing in the Champions League maybe next season. That's all on the wrap-up show. This coming Monday, exclusive to Brilla FM with Football Live.
You are listening to Football Live on Brilla FM, powered by NairaBet, with John Kane.
Yes, now let's go to Anfield with Kendall Rowan with a halftime report of Liverpool against Brentford.
Yes, we have just come into half-time at Anfield this afternoon, and it is a Liverpool 1, Brentford 0. Brentford did have a goal disallowed for offside, so they could have found an equaliser, but they haven't managed to so far in this half. It has been a half of very clumsy fouls. As I said earlier, Liverpool have given away 11 fouls in this half, but Brentford, unfortunately, have just not taken their chances with those fouls, and they have not scored or even really affected any chances with the 12 free kicks that they've been given this half. So yeah, it's all a little bit up in the air at the moment. I think Liverpool are at home at Anfield, so you know your favour would go with them, but Brentford have played very much fantastically. Liverpool will still be fifth with this result, however they will only be 1 point off Champions League place behind Man United with 62 points, and Man United have got 63 points. But at the moment, as we are in half time, it is Liverpool 1, Brentford 0.
I mean, Kendall, this game is probably more important for Liverpool, isn't it, than Brentford, as Brentford probably is going to be mid-table, but they've done very, very well with 50 points so far. But you can never underestimate Ivan Toney up front, isn't he? He's been absolutely lethal when he wants to be for Brentford.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they haven't had as many shots as they probably would have liked this half, Brentford, because they have got some really, really fantastic talent up front in the likes of Ivan Toney, in the likes of Brian Mbeumo. So it'll be really, really interesting to see if they can kind of get a bit more of a hold on to the game. I'm looking at the stats, and it is pretty equal so far in terms of how the game is being played. Liverpool just got a little bit more possession. Obviously, they are at home, so that's what you would probably expect. And they have had more corners, but Brentford have had more free kicks. So, yeah, I think Brentford, again, have played pretty well so far, but both teams with a win today could not move up any places in the league, but it does make them closer to, you know, Liverpool especially having a grip on Champions League football, or even Europa League if they can't manage to get into the top four. So they'll be really, really chasing down this result today, but so will Brentford as well. But as I say, they've both Brentford especially has had really, really fantastic season, and if they do finish in the top half, there was a little stat that came on earlier, and it'll actually be their first top half finish in the top flight since 1938. So it'll be a really historic event for Brentford, and it'll be really, really interesting to see if they can finish in the top half this season, which I think they will do.
No, absolutely. Thomas Frank has done a fantastic job at Brentford, and he has been linked, hasn't he, with few clubs around England. One of the top jobs, there are plenty of them available, isn't it? We talk about Tottenham, Chelsea, still available, up for grabs. No one knows exactly what is happening with them. But speaking about like substitutions, Kendall, James Milner, apparently he's actually heading off to Brighton next season. Now, it's a loss, isn't it, for Liverpool, because he's been absolutely great servant for them. Of course, we've seen him. He's been a great servant for Leeds United before and Manchester City. But going to Brighton, it's a really, really good move, isn't it? Very shrewd one as well.
Yeah, it's not one that I actually would have expected, because he is, you know, in terms of a footballer, he is an aging footballer now. It's obviously coming, I would have expected, or probably a lot of people would. Footballers manage to last a little bit more now, like Thiago Silva's 38 and things like that. So they are lasting longer and longer now, but you would think that he was coming to maybe, you know, his twilight years, as they likely put it. But he's been fantastic at every club he's been at, and I do honestly still think he can do a job. So to go to Brighton at this point in your career, when Brighton are absolutely on top form, playing some of the best football in the league, it's a fantastic move for James Milner, and probably not a one that everybody expected. But Brighton obviously just want some experience, you know, to steady the shape. They're probably going to lose a couple of players this summer as well, and the likes of Alexis McAllister and Caicedo. So they'll obviously be huge successful clubs looking at those two players in specific. So yeah, I think Milner's a fantastic sign. He's been really, really good for Liverpool, and I hope he gets a really, really good send off from them.
No, absolutely. I mean, Brighton themselves, who are getting James Mann, like you mentioned, right, Isaiah Caicedo and Alexis McAllister, it seems like they're on the verge of leaving comes the summer. It's going to be very hard for Brighton to replace such players, haven't they? I mean, they brought them from nowhere. And Alexis McAllister, not only that he's shining in a Premier League, he won the World Cup with Argentina, being one of the top first 11 in that squad, playing along Messi. It's going to be very hard, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, but Brighton have just been so good at doing that. You know, they've probably done this a few times where they've lost the likes of Leandro Trossard and Cucurella to Chelsea, and you would look at those players and think, oh no, like, surely they can't lose them. What are they going to do? How are they going to replace them? And no matter what, their transfer strategy must be extremely good, because no matter what, they always replace with the same level, if not better, and always come out the other end of it with like a fantastic transfer fee. And obviously with the way that they're playing football, with the manager De Zerbi, who I rate very, very highly, hopefully they won't have to, let these players go, because they'll be up there and they'll be competing for European spots, and they might obviously have to change the way that they do their transfers in the future, but they always manage to find some little gems. They've been a fantastic selling club, Brighton, but it might change now that they're getting a little bit more successful and playing better football. So I'll be very interested to see how their approach changes to the market, and if they do change it at all. But they've picked up some fantastic gems. I mean, just like players like Enciso, who you would never have probably even known before, but he's coming into the Premier League and looked like he's played there for years. Estupinian, who they got obviously in to replace Cucurella, has just played fantastically. Evan Ferguson, another one. Their transfers have been absolutely fantastic, and their scouting is really on next level. So we'll see what they do when they probably inevitably lose a couple of players this summer.
Thank you very much, Kendall Rowan from Liverpool. Brentford, they're leading at half-time by a goal to nil. Just quickly, let's go to Molly Sumter. It's half-time 0-0 between Werder Bremen and Bayern Munich. Molly, what can Thomas Tuchel change at half-time to get these important 3 points come the end of the game?
I definitely think he needs to bring on a bit more of an attacking threat for them. That seems to be the area where they're kind of lacking at the moment. Finding that last clinical finish that we were talking about before. So somebody like Thomas Muller, who can definitely finish off a ball, find the back of the net with it. But I'm kind of surprised that Musiala hasn't been more in this game. He's he's up there for one of the top scorers in the Bundesliga so far this season, but he hasn't been very lively in this first half, which may be one of Bayern's problems. But I think definitely look to bring on a more attacking threat in this second half.
Thank you very much, Molly Sumter. And sadly, that's all we have. We got today as we come to the end of the session of Football Live, and thank you all for listening. It's been an absolute pleasure to be with you, and many thanks to all of our excellent reporters who brought you all the goals as they happen. And please join us again tomorrow with myself again, yes, but this time it's with Barry Swain presenting the show in a very unusual and unique way with our crew of reporters. I'm John Kane, and this was Football Live. Until then, goodbye for now.
Today's show was produced by Pat Noiret and powered by Hollandia Civita and our official betting partner, NairaBet.
Yeah, they're gone.
Hang on, I'm just ending the broadcast.